never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former special counsel John Durham says the FBI acted negligently by opening the 2016 Trump-Russia investigation because he says it was based on vague and insufficient info.
The fact that these people made these findings should be of concern to any American who cares about our civil liberties, the rule of law, and the just and proportionate application of the law.
Durham testified before a congressional committee Wednesday. In his final report, Durham recommended no changes to the FBI or how it operates. The man accused of leaking sensitive Pentagon documents is pleading not guilty to federal charges.
Jack Teixeira appeared in a Massachusetts courtroom Wednesday, a week after being indicted by a federal grand jury. The Massachusetts Air National Guardsman faces 6 counts of willful retention and transmission of national defense information. I'm Brian Shook.
Search efforts for the missing vessel used to explore the Titanic are intensifying. Retired Navy submarine captain Brad McDonald remembered how his submarine was in the Indian Ocean on a 45-day delay.
We ran out of just about everything to eat except for steak and prunes. Good news was the non-smokers were happy that the smokers ran out of cigarettes. We thought those were bad conditions.
Crews have been searching for the submersible with 5 people on board since it was reported as overdue on Sunday. It's believed the vessel has less than 24 hours of oxygen remaining. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says innovation must be our North Star in crafting regulations for AI.
AI could be our most spectacular innovation yet, a force that could ignite a new era of technological advancement, scientific discovery, industrial might.
The urgency to regulate comes as generative AI tools like ChatGPT and others are skyrocketing in popularity. This is USA News.
I've got a unique vacation idea for you that's right here in the United States. If you're ready for a vacation that's fun and downright affordable, listen up. It's driving distance for many of you, so no planes, no airline delays, no hassles. It's Branson, Missouri, the entertainment capital of the Midwest. Live music for everyone. Branson has 3 beautiful, enormous lakes, water attractions, live shows, great food, and tons of entertainment. It's a perfect vacation for you and your family, or if you're retired and you want to have a great time. And you can stay in Branson for as low as $99 a night. Please understand, this is not a timeshare offer. It's a real vacation for as little as $99 a night. We've got a free vacation guide we want to send you right now. All you have to do is call for complete details. Get your free Branson, Missouri guide right now by calling this number.
800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. That's 800-399-4215.
A Michigan State University student who was paralyzed by a shooting on campus is suing the school. Yukai John Howe is the 3rd injured student to file a lawsuit. Howe says MSU acted with gross negligence. The shooting happened in February and left 3 people dead. A new study finds using gas-powered stoves can raise the levels of a cancer-causing chemical called benzene. Dr. Don Buckland, a preventative medicine doctor, says benzene is relatively common, and in reasonable doses you would not know that you were exposed.
Any of those solvents, when they get to very high doses, you feel like you're drunk. But that's very high doses.
The study was published by the Environmental Science and Technology Journal, which looked at homes in California and Colorado. Buckland says open windows and doors when cooking to increase airflow and limit exposure. It doesn't look like Joe Exotic will be on the ballot after all.
Joe Exotic prematurely announced his presence on the presidential primary ballot in Colorado. However, the Colorado Secretary of State's office clarified that they are returning the $500 check Joseph Maldonado submitted, since the necessary paperwork for the presidential candidacy has not yet been published. Additionally, Maldonado failed to declare his party affiliation when he sent in his check. I'm John Schaefer.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. And whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
That is my cue. Let's get the party started. Ready to roll into Thursday. All right, yes, so we'll close out Hump Day and make our way into, well, what will technically be the first full day of summer. Summer arrived a little before 11 a.m. there on Wednesday. So welcome in, welcome aboard. Everybody gather around. Settle in. We got a big show. Full 5 hours coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. On a rather comfortable night. Not too bad. Looks like 69 degrees outside the secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. A little on the hazy side. Yeah, thanks to some of the wildfire smoke coming in out of Canada. Yet another day. Air quality advisories through much of Minnesota, pretty much the entire state of Wisconsin, on down into northern Indiana once again. Pretty much identical to where we were, say, 24 hours ago. All right, meanwhile, the heat continues in Texas. And some rather feisty thunderstorms tonight. We've got one cluster, which I think you define that as a supercell. One rather large, dangerous supercell right there in the heart of Texas, which has been spawning tornado warnings. And the latest update had for, this is El Paso County, tornado warning in effect. All right, severe storm capable of producing a tornado. So radar indicated rotation being seen there in the state of Texas. So that's, what do you call it, West Central? I'm sorry, Jones County, Nolan County, Taylor County, Fisher County. That particular cell moving south at like 30 miles per hour. And even minus a tornado, it's producing softball-size hail, according to the National Weather Service office in San Angelo. Softball-size hail and 70-mile-per-hour straight-line wind, so dangerous storm there. Locations impacted, let's see, if you're out on the roads, 180 and Ranch Road. I'm not seeing any, let's see, I-20. Interstate 20, major interstate between the 240 and 241 mile markers in that zone, and as well as the 245 and 275 mile markers along I-20. Well, as the temperatures, it's been baking for days, right? Triple digits on Tuesday when the Electric Reliability Council asked residents to voluntarily conserve power. Yeah, no emergency status was issued, but the electric customers aren't in the clear just yet. Over the past week, ERCOT has declared a weather watch, which warns of possible significant weather and high demand for electricity in the face of the heat dome that's been driving temperatures across much of the state. Now, stress on the grid escalated early this week when they actually broke last year's June record in the state. We broke the June peak demand record unofficially with 79,304 megawatts, passing last June's record. Last summer, ERCOT said 11 new peak demand records were set in that state. All right, Monday, June 26th, that's next Monday, is forecast to see a demand forecast of 81,049 megawatts, about 4 o'clock Central Time, which could break the all-time demand record in the state. Also closely approaching the 89,334 megawatts that are available for their capacity. It's not clear whether they're going to issue a voluntary conservation notice. They may issue an energy emergency, or they could renew the weather warning, which that actually expired this past day. But electric customers in the state may see a rise in prices next week. When you get your bill in late June or early July, just understand that May is usually cooler. And we didn't have those high temperatures, according to the chief operating officer of Energy Ogre. Now, next week is looking hot. This trend could stick around for a while as we get these heat domes in the area. So it's probably going to translate in the near future to people's bills. There's possibilities where people could see their bills double in the state. Daily high temperatures in Dallas, Houston, Austin, San Antonio, and San Angelo, all forecast to hit the triple digits next week as this heat dome doesn't break down. It continues to stick around. Multiple day, all-time high temperature records have already fallen across the state since that heat dome set in, including San Angelo on Tuesday. They shattered the all-time high record of 111 degrees from back in 1933, as temperatures actually hit 114, so breaking the old record by 3 degrees. Several other cities in primarily southern Texas broke into the 110-plus range, including Laredo, Sweetwater, Del Rio, Texas. In Brazoria County, south of Houston, portions of Highway 6 actually buckling in the extreme heat. That reopened this past morning as emergency repairs were made by the Department of Transportation. Pavement can actually buckle in extreme heat like this, the concrete expanding and warping. High temperatures in both Alvin and Manville have stayed above 95 degrees since June the 15th, a full week of this. Now, some customers in eastern Texas, some counties are still without power and no air conditioning as of yesterday. That's due to the destructive storms we saw back last weekend. Less air conditioning, less fans around, people dealing with extreme heat with no power. Spokesperson for the American Red Cross warned that the storms and widespread power outages need to be a wake-up call. It's really important for folks, even in areas where they may not be traditionally predisposed to these types of hazards, have a plan and be prepared. And undoubtedly, in this zone of storms we're looking at right now there in Texas, that's knocking some power out for folks there this late Wednesday night into Thursday morning. All right, we'll take a look elsewhere around the country. Coming up here, Tropical Storm Brett, second named storm of the Atlantic. What's in the forecast there? Flooding concerns in the southeast. We're looking at flood watches from the Florida Panhandle region through much of southern, central, and east portions of Georgia, on up into South Carolina, western North Carolina, as we're going to see rain, and more rain in the coming days. A storm that's just not really making any forward progression. Kind of sitting and spinning there. So lots to cover here. Coming up, we've got obviously the update. They still have not discovered the submersible. They did apparently hear more sounds in the water on Wednesday, which they believe it's described as a knocking kind of sound. Cannot pinpoint it. Give you the update, as really we're down to oxygen is probably going to run out sometime, they say, here Thursday morning. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Larry on board out of the box. Hello to Pappy. 70 degrees on the far side of southwestern Hamilton County in Ohio. What's the latest on the sub? All right, got that coming up for you. Better find them in the next 2 or 3 hours, right? Because it is coming down to that. Hammer down and be safe out there. Are you with me? All right, Robert Duck, hey, what's going on? Home didn't do a thing but spend the boss's money. Still waiting for the one tire. They played this game on the drives. Send 3 out of 4. I've got Flintstone tires on now. Okay. Hello, Marianne, Steve, and the overnight crew. Have a small update. I'll get the scope, the surgery done coming up in August. All right. Norman, morning, Steve. Got some rain today. 71 out right now with clear skies. Went over to Missouri, picked up that 1928 model AA fire truck. Just made it home now, just kind of winding down tonight. Robert Duck also said, I just saw that on the 17th, we had a nut job in Pennsylvania that went on a shooting rampage, killed a trooper. There are actually 2 troopers shot, 1 fatally. My question is, where was the coverage of all this? Now, when I saw you post that here a few minutes ago, I did I hadn't heard a thing about it either, not a word. I did get the rest of the story. We'll share with you what transpired. They described it as an incredible shootout with law enforcement. All right, lots to go as we roll into a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's that secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, since we already touched on it, let's get the update there out of Pennsylvania, which the sheriff said what I witnessed was one of the most intense unbelievable gunfights I've ever witnessed. All right, here we go. Pennsylvania State Police trooper shot and killed another seriously injured. This was back on Saturday in Juanita County. State police identified the trooper who died from his injuries as Jacques Rougeau Jr., a 29-year-old. The trooper who was wounded, 45-year-old James Wagner, who is currently in critical condition at Hershey Medical Center. Police say Brandon Stein, a 38-year-old of Thompsontown, shot both troopers. He was killed in the shootout as well. But Stein drove his truck into the parking lot of the Lewistown Barracks at about 11 o'clock Saturday morning, opening fire with a large caliber rifle on marked patrol cars before fleeing, according to state police. Stein was identified shortly after the shooting. The search began. Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens, Deputy Commissioner of Operations, went up in the helicopter to coordinate the search. Said Stein appeared to be playing a cat and mouse game, calling 911 to give a location, then not being there when they arrived. He seemed to be setting our people up for potential ambush. Now, Officer Wagner encountered Stein in Mifflintown about 12:45 p.m. So we're already an hour and 45 minutes into this, and he was shot and critically wounded. People in the area went to his aid, used his radio to call for help. When emergency medical personnel arrived, took him to Lewiston Hospital, from which he was flown to Hershey Medical Center, again remains in critical condition there. Later, the other officer, the 29-year-old, was ambushed and killed by a gunshot through the windshield of his patrol car as he drove down a road in nearby Walker Township. Police only found out that Rogue had been shot immediately after the manhunt ended. He was beyond assistance at that point, according to Bivens. Stein then escaped into a somewhat rural but still residential area. Was seen driving through a field toward a store and a small restaurant with patrons in the parking lot. Troopers put themselves in between the people and the suspect and forced him away from the business. After an exchange of gunfire, he drove through a yard and a garden, finally getting stuck against a row of trees as police continued to engage. That's where Bivens said, "What I witnessed was one of the most intense, unbelievable gunfights I've ever witnessed." Praising troopers for launching an aggressive search, despite the fact they were facing a weapon that would defeat any of the body armor that they had available to them. Police say Stein was carrying a .458 Magnum rifle, which is typically used in hunting large game. Wow. Hadn't heard a thing about that. Rubber duck. So there's the rest of the story. The nut job is dead, but prayers for the family of the troopers. They're in the state of Pennsylvania. Hello to Thomas here on a Thursday morning. Russell, there's Mr. Miller. Morning, Steve. How we y'all doing? I'm doing the midnight shift thing. 71 degrees in Dayton, Ohio tonight. Let's see. This is from Miss Millie's Facebook page. It's Gabby. Gabby says, "Good morning, Steve and everyone. Grammy's gone to sleep. She had a bad day. Everybody, please pray for Grammy. Yeah, she doesn't want everybody to know how bad she's actually hurting. That's a secret. But like she always says, everyone stay safe. Have a great weekend when it gets here, and be blessed." Gabby saying good morning and good night. And don't forget, be very quiet. Okay. Hello to Katrina, and Eric on vacation, Pensacola, Florida. All right. Looking forward, not really, no offense, to tuning in again Sunday night. All right. Good to have you with us. Enjoy your vacation time. Buckeye Boy, what's going on? Ackworth, Georgia, 66. Got our golf game in today. with Kathy's sister and her fiance, even though it rained off and on. Had a great time, though. A beautiful course. Had lunch at the restaurant there. Food was excellent. So everybody have a great night and be careful out there. Russell, hey there, Steve. How about those Reds? The next team they play is going to be Atlanta. Now, playing Atlanta, that's going to be a true test. All right, there you go. I know they had gone 10 in a row. Did they even play? I'm not sure. I have to check. Did they make it to 11 in a row? All right. Hello to Joe, and Patty checks in. About a minute before we get to our news break. When we come back, we'll get to your calls. If you'd like to jump on board, lines available at 844-3388. Rescuers rushing more equipment, ships, and vessels to the area where the submersible disappeared on Sunday. Hoping the underwater sounds that they detected for a second straight day, they say, might help narrow their search in what is really an increasingly urgent mission. They've expanded the zone, the size of the search area now, an area that's twice the size of Connecticut, in waters like 2.5 miles deep. Adding authorities were still holding out hope of saving those 5 passengers. And as I said, time is of the essence. More on that coming up. First, a news break, rolling into a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Prosecution in the trial of the former school resource officer in the 2018 Parkland school shooting is resting in the case.
They argued that despite law enforcement experience and active shooter training, Scott Peterson failed to respond in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School incident. Instead, they accused him of taking cover for over 45 minutes during the shooting. 17 people were killed. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Defense attorneys are attempting to paint the entire incident as chaotic. House Republicans have failed to overturn President Biden's veto of the Congressional Review Act. The legislation would have ended Biden's student loan forgiveness plan. It passed in the House and Senate earlier this year before the president vetoed it. Biden's student debt relief plan now faces the Supreme Court. Tropical storm Brett strengthening, taking aim at the Caribbean now. It's forecast to reach the Lesser Antilles on Thursday. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Sure enough, your line's available. Back to the Titan. At this point, they say this is still a search and rescue mission 100%. We'll continue to put every available asset we have in an effort to find the Titan and the crew members. But even those expressing optimism say there's a lot of obstacles that remain. At first, you have to pinpoint the vessel to reach it with rescue equipment and then bring it to the surface, assuming it's still intact. And all that has to happen before the oxygen supply runs out, which some are now saying may happen as early as Thursday morning here. So, I mean, they updated here this through the evening hours. Lots of equipment just arriving there, but you know, when you're out in the middle of the ocean, it takes a lot of time to get from point A to point B. The U.S. crane ship, known as the Horizon Arctic, will be arriving at the wreck today, racing the clock. All right, it's in a possible breakthrough. Researchers said, again, they heard underwater noises both Tuesday and Wednesday. Subsequently, they've relocated the search, but have not yet found the submersible. In a press conference this past day, the co-founder and board chair of Horizon Maritime Services said the Horizon Arctic will arrive at the wreck, I guess that would be Thursday, today. We are very aware of the time sensitivity around this mission. All right, Coast Guard did release an update saying that numerous assets are en route to the search site. The Canadian CGS Anne Harvey, the Canadian CGS Terry Fox, the motor vehicle Horizon Arctic, which we just mentioned, the French research vessel El Atlante, an ROV, His Majesty's Canadian ship Glace Bay, which is a mobile decompression chamber with medical personnel, I guess a medical ship, Air National Guard C-130, and another ROV from Magellan. In addition, the Navy is sending experts and a lift system called a Flyaway Deep Ocean Salvage System. The personnel and equipment are scheduled to arrive at St. John's sometime tonight, they said. Meanwhile, a 22-year-old Abby Jackson was working as a videographer on the mothership known as the Polar Prince Sunday morning when those 5 prosperous men began their descent, never returning. Off the coast of Newfoundland, descended in the early hours of the morning, lost contact with the mothership just before 10 a.m. local time. But while filming, the young Canadian whipped out her phone, panned over to capture the moment the Titan was preparing to make its descent. Flashed a smile, showing off the 22-foot Ocean Gate sub in the background. It has traveled previously to unprecedented depths, but all right. Hello to Debbie. Morning, Steve. It's a nice breezy 70 degrees here in Indiana tonight, going up to about 77 today. Hey, hoping everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver. Have a thankful Thursday, which is one day closer to Friday. And, okay, thank you much, Buckeye Boy. He said, yes, the Reds did actually make it 11 in a row. Now, the Braves and the Phillies got postponed, I guess, rain this past day. So it looks like a double header here for Thursday, and then it's Cincinnati. And I do see here from our local news update, 11 in a row. So I was thinking, in my lifetime, I can't remember a winning streak of this significance from the Cincinnati Reds. And indeed, I do see here. It's because it's never happened in my lifetime. 11 in a row. Cincinnati Reds break the record with the longest winning streak since 1957. About 7 years before I was born. So we can go back. We started off, I guess, taking the final 2 out of 3 against the Cardinals. Went on, it was Kansas City, sweeping 3 in a row. On to the World Series defending champions, the Houston Astros, sweeping 3 in a row. And yesterday, wrapping up a sweep of the Colorado Rockies, 3 in a row. 11 straight games. Wow. Keep it going, guys. Hey, let's head up to Michigan. Joe, how we doing this Thursday morning?
Oh, hi, Steve. I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Well, I'm doing just fine. How about them Reds?
Oh, I don't know what that is. What is that?
Oh, the Major League Baseball, the Cincinnati Reds.
Oh, okay. I don't watch a lot of sports.
You don't do a lot of sports? Okay.
No, not too much. But, yeah, I just wanted to check in and say hi. And that's a real shame about that submarine. I'm praying for all those people down there and the families. That's really sad to have to see.
Yes.
But, yeah, so I just wanted to check in. My dad says hi, and I just want to say to all the truck drivers out there, thanks for all that you do, and we're praying for you, and drive safe, and have a great night, Steve. Thank you.
Well, that's great. Thank you so much. Yeah, tell Paul we said hello, and one of these days maybe he'll check back in. All right, before we get to some of the industry headlines, here we go. Tropical storm Brett continues to take a slightly north of west trek, reaching the Caribbean before the end of the week. Now, as we've been saying for several days, there's another system right behind Brett that may become also a tropical depression or storm here in the coming days. Brett's going to be encountering a bit of increasing wind shear that could help prevent further intensification. It might even actually begin to lose a bit of organization, maybe from Friday on into the weekend. All right, as of 11 p.m. Eastern Time here, just a couple hours ago, Brett, now located about 200 miles east of the island of Barbados, moving at a swift pace of 16 miles per hour, maximum sustained winds at 50 miles per hour, so a tad bit stronger than we were 24 hours ago. Tropical storm watches are in place for the islands of Barbados, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines. Tropical storm warning for Dominica, St. Lucie, Martinique. The Air Force Hurricane Hunter was investigating the storm this past evening. Of course, as it's still over very warm waters. Water's generally 82 to 85 degrees right now. And, of course, it's going to be encountering that hot air near the Caribbean, which could still give it a bit of a boost before it encounters ultimately a bit more wind shear in the coming days. All right, that's about the breakdown there. It's no real concern for the lower 48 at this time. Some of the, what do they call the spaghetti models? They're, as usual, they vary pretty significantly from one to the other. Some wanting to take it, making that turn to the north. Others taking it maybe all the way over toward the Yucatan in Mexico. And as Philip mentioned the other night, some models depicting that it could potentially swing into the Gulf of Mexico. That's the scenario that folks along the Gulf Coast region would not actually want to see. See what's going on with Hillbilly.
Good morning, Steve. What about them Reds?
That's pretty impressive. 11 in a row, yes.
I know. Well, last time they did 10 in a row, what did Marty Brennan shake his head for the Dragonfly kids?
That sounds, you're right about that, yeah.
So, I mean, they beat that record already. I think I seen a blurb on the Facebook at the longest winning streak since 1957 for the Reds.
Correct.
So, they're on a roll. I mean, I actually got to watch them today at the house and on my break, and I'm like, well, when I first started on, they were down 3-0, bases loaded, and I went, well, here they come, and sure enough, a couple singles and tied it up, and then a 2-run homer, and bullpen shut them down.
Wow.
So I'm like, that was impressive. But Atlanta's going to be tough. Atlanta's always tough. Especially, I think we're playing down there, ain't we?
I'm not sure if they're here or there, honestly.
I don't know either. Never really kept track of the schedule. I just try to catch them if I'm home or on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
The Titan, I was reading, I don't know, it was one of the news outlets. They gave a list of ships that are all out there searching, and it's talk about all hands on deck. They got looking for them people. There's a lot of ships out there that they got looking. So
yep.
I hope they find them in the next few hours where we have a happy ending, because time's ticking, that clock's ticking, unfortunately. But someone brought up a good point. I was watching one of the news outlets. I can't remember which one. They said they're worried about more hypothermia killing them before they run out of oxygen. And I didn't think about that till then, but the temperature of the ocean's pretty cold down in that deep.
I thought I saw some I think it was water temperatures maybe between like 40, 50 degrees down in there.
That's pretty chilly, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
So, but my prayers and thoughts for their families, because just like them waiting and not knowing is the worst thing. So, but I'll let someone smarter than me get on here.
All right, Hillbilly. Hey, thanks for checking in. We'll see if the Reds make it. How long will the win streak go? Right. There have been scenarios over the years, people that opt in like the last minute to not board a plane, and the plane goes down and no survivors kind of thing. Of course, we don't know what the ultimate outcome is going to be at this point. Could you imagine being an individual that had signed up to have been on that submersible and standing back now witnessing this unfold, which is the case for a British millionaire who had initially signed up to join this particular expedition. He says he had a very uneasy feeling about the submarine and ultimately decided not to join the expedition. 61-year-old Chris Brown said, I was one of the first people to sign up for this trip with OceanGate while the submersible was being developed. But he said, I got an uneasy feeling about the project. He dropped out because he was concerned by the quality of technology and materials used by OceanGate Expeditions, offering the deep sea visits. Had originally paid his deposit for the mission to visit the famed wreck of the Titanic, along with his friend, Hamish Harding. One of his concerns was the submersible was apparently being designed with controls based on computer game-style controllers, which is true, like something akin to like an Xbox controller. Now, of course, the submarine that was eventually built that is now missing. Rescue workers, as we know, have heard the noises, but have not yet found the vehicle. It was the Canadian P-3 aircraft detecting underwater noises in the search area. The ROV operations relocated, trying to pinpoint the origins of the noise, hearing the noises again on Wednesday. ROV, that's short for remotely operated vehicle. They've got the remote vehicles and a handful of others that are arriving here during the overnight hours tonight. All right. The troubles may not be surprising to Brown. He said, I found out they used old scaffolding poles for the sub's ballast, and the controls were based on computer game-style controllers. Now, if you're trying to build your own submarine, you'd probably use old scaffold poles. This was a commercial craft, though. Eventually, I emailed him and said, I'm no longer able to go on this thing. I asked for a refund. After being less than convinced, we decided the risks were just too high, even though I'm not one to shy away from risks. And he's not alone. Others have also shared concerns about the safety of this vessel. A CBS journalist, for instance, had the harrowing experience in the missing submersible just last year. Chris Brown is a friend of the British billionaire Hamish Harding. Told Sky News he's hoping for a miracle as the search continues, but it was back last year, the journalist with CBS, David Pogue, took a spin on this, and he actually came away afraid for the future because he said, indeed, our tour, we ended up lost. We were lost for 2.5 hours, he said. All right. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. I'm not sure who initially shared this, and quite honestly, I'm not sure what in the union they call it, I guess, a barn, the Union Barn, where apparently they're holding these meetings at Yellow facilities around the country. Not the kind of meeting I could play on the program. I did first thing. I said language warning. Yeah, language gets pretty rough. But it's about a 10-minute video, and it kind of unfolds pretty much what Spaceman had shared with us. Was it last week before, when he called in for the first time in a long time? Yeah, where he had made the decision to leave Yellow. Not looking good. Things got very contentious. Many of those veteran drivers who had been there through thick and thin and said, we've given. We're not giving anymore. Shut it down. You can't run this thing. It's pretty much the long and short of it. All right, more on that coming up here after a quick timeout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, shift gears a little bit here. Getting back to some of the conversation from last night's program. Of course, the fallout, the Hunter Biden slap on the wrist thing. I got an email from one of our friends who said, Steve, sorry I wasn't able to make this point during the show last night. But we all know how it is when duty calls, right? Following up on the Hunter Biden, Joe Biden cover-up, isn't it convenient, or more like damning as hell, that over this past weekend, Father's Day, I might add, that the poor crackhead Hunter Biden was able to strike another deal. He settled with the mother of his illegitimate child, which this corrupt, crooked family refuses to even acknowledge. They hang Christmas stockings for the cat and the dog, but not for this innocent child. But back on target. Hunter settled on the child support case, reducing his obligation of $20,000 per month down to $5,000 per month, with, of course, no details to be made public. Now, pay close attention to this. By settling this case out of court, this completely shuts down the family court judge's ability to dig into Hunter's sources and amounts of income, as well as preventing London Roberts, who is the mother of this child, the former stripper, I believe, preventing her attorneys from discovery, which would have opened up everything to judicial scrutiny and made everything public. It is no coincidence this case was settled on the weekend before the sweetheart slap on the wrist plea deal. Now that the child support case is locked down, there will be no judicial investigation or discovery. The next thing to look for is for the corrupt Department of Justice to quietly move to have all the records regarding the plea deal and the case against crackhead Biden sealed forever, covering up the crooked pay-to-play influence peddling for good. Steve, I'll tell you, I am dumbfounded by how many patriotic Americans are duped by these corrupt media outlets. Yeah, when 90% of them hold the most powerful computing device we've been allowed to have in our hands, a.k.a. the smartphone. So, yeah, that kind of flew by under the radar over the weekend. Here just, 6 or 8 weeks ago, recall it, the headlines were Hunter, he's the one that initiated the case. He petitioned the court to reduce his child support obligations. He kind of opened up the box, which the judge then ordered, hey, I need to see what you're making. We need to see your financial numbers. That was supposedly going to open up the proverbial Pandora's box. Lo and behold, snap your fingers, we settled the deal.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The former special counsel who released a report criticizing the FBI's investigation into alleged ties between Russia and the Trump campaign is testifying before Congress.
We charged a former FBI agent who pleaded guilty to the felony offense of altering and fabricating a portion of a document used to obtain a surveillance of a United States citizen.
John Durham told lawmakers Wednesday the FBI acted negligently by opening the investigation. In his final report, Durham recommended no changes to the FBI or the way it operates. Hunter Biden is scheduled to appear in a Delaware courthouse next month to plead guilty to 2 tax misdemeanors as part of a plea agreement. The president's son is also expected to admit to illegally possessing a gun in 2018. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says Congress should stay out of ethics issues relating to the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court, in my view, can't be dictated to by Congress.
His comments come as Democrats on the Senate Judiciary Committee plan to mark up Supreme Court ethics reform bills in early July. Congress will be starting from scratch, figuring out how to regulate rapidly evolving AI technology.
I laid out my ideas about a comprehensive framework Congress can use to supercharge AI innovation in a safe and responsible way.
It's what Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer told reporters Wednesday as he unveiled his possible AI regulation. Search efforts for the missing vessel used to explore the Titanic are intensifying. Retired Navy submarine Captain Brad McDonald says the less than 24 hours of oxygen remaining is not the issue.
It's more like this vessel is flooded and it's full of water, and that's the problem.
Underwater noises were heard, but the Coast Guard said searches have not yielded any results. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The man accused of leaking sensitive Pentagon documents is pleading not guilty to federal charges. Jack Teixeira appeared in a Massachusetts courtroom Wednesday. A week after being indicted, the Massachusetts Air National Guardsman faces 6 counts of willful transmission of national defense info. Democrats in Congress are reintroducing the Equality Act, they say, to protect LGBTQ people from discrimination.
The legislation comes as several states in the past year have passed bills Democrats claim target the LGBTQ community, including Florida's Parental Rights Bill. The Equality Act would expand federal civil rights to stop discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity in areas including employment, housing, education, federal funding, and others. I'm Lisa Taylor.
A new poll is showing an increase of Americans who believe a person's gender should be determined based on their biological sex. The poll was conducted by NPR, PBS NewsHour, and Marist. It says 61% of Americans define gender as the sex listed on a person's original birth certificate. That's up over 10% from last year. A professional soccer player is recovering due to a spider bite. Inter Miami goalkeeper Nick Marsman was bitten by a poisonous spider while visiting a zoo, hospitalized for 3 days. Now he's back home with family. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Hour number 2. Here we go. Hey, hello to Wheelchair Dave, who's actually vacationing somewhere in Florida. Can't remember where he said he went. But he sends me a message from Mission Control on the launch countdown 3:45 a.m. this morning. I'll have to do a quick double check. I'm assuming that's our latest SpaceX mission, maybe. So for 3:45 a.m., very cloudy down here. See, we got rain, 7 inches yesterday. Wow. Okay, so you got some flooding rains there in portions of Florida this past day. Let's see. Also, after sharing that video of the yellow meeting yesterday, I sent a personal message to Heatwave because I didn't know if he'd find it on my personal page or not, but I wanted him to see that. To which he responded shortly thereafter, "Whoa. Well, how does a company go through $700 million in 2.5 years and get another $70 million for the Central States Health Plan and Pension Fund? Mismanagement at the top's all I can say." But he did say, yes, I've got my resume updated. I guess we're waiting for ABF to start hiring. Looks like we'll be on the road tonight, so I'll be listening in. I'll try to call in, but thanks for sharing the video there. You're more than welcome, Heatwave. But that was pretty intense, wasn't it? It's like, whoa. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Oh, listen to your news there. It's kind of interesting. Did you catch the point there that 61% of people polled in this poll believe that the people's identity is determined at
biological,
and that's up 10% from what, a year or 2 years ago? Only 50% of the people believe that what you're born with is what. Who's doing these polls, Your Honor?
Right. Well, how many people? I mean, literally, are you telling me at one point nearly half the people in this country said you can be whatever you want? It's okay.
Yeah, I'll guarantee if I go around to 9 out of 10 people that I know, they'll all say that you are, and it'll probably be closer to 9.9%.
Correct.
Out of 10 of the people. Where do they come up with these? And that's where all this polling and everybody is talking about all these the poll numbers and all this for the upcoming presidential. It's like, haven't you people been watching what goes on with these polls for the last 5 years or almost 10 years now that they're so inaccurate that I don't know. Somebody's. I guess it's good for the economy that they're spending all these money on polls, because it's kind of like the people that they spend these millions and millions of dollars for a job that pays $100,000 a year, or $175,000 a year. I guess it's good for the economy that big boost gets put in there every couple years or every 4 years that for all the campaigning that goes on. I don't know where the money filters down to, but I don't know if there's still any of the Reaganomics trickle-down effect that still goes on or not, or where it all ends up. But hopefully something good goes about it, because I did see something about the feds are talking about still wanting to keep raising the interest rate up more. They haven't accomplished what they want to yet, so they're looking in the next couple of times that they meet there to be looking at raising the income rate, the tax, just keep raising it up. No, we'll get interest rates back up to double digit here somehow or another. But anyways, yeah, as far as Hunter goes, he's got some good people in his corner there. He's with the Biden family and the Obamas, and I'm sure the Clintons, and of course they're all backed by George Soros, who's. Oh, did you hear that George Soros is turning over all his funds
to his
child?
son? Yeah, and supposedly his kid, they say, is worse than he is, if that's possible.
Yes, exactly. He's going to go at it full force with all the money he receives. He's going to go at full force of supporting the Democrats to get their agendas pushed through. So I don't know. Is there enough money is there enough of our side to have money to be able to fight that? Or is the big money going to win?
Right.
I guess, you know what they say about money talks and bull what walks there. Yeah, we know that saying, right? Anyways, so we'll see how all that develops.
Lest,
but anyways,
lest I forget, you sent me an email about something going on 95 in Delaware. What's the scoop? I couldn't find anything.
I was just getting to that. I'm not sure. I was headed into the oil refinery up here, and US 40 had a whole lot of traffic on it there right about just before midnight. And so I was switched over to my Google map, and it shows southbound 95 is closed. Now, I don't know if it still is or not. I looked on the way out of the refinery. It was still showing southbound 95 closed from like Delaware State Route 1 down to 896. So if that's the case, it would have had people getting off on Delaware 1 and going down to US 40 West to go down to 896 to get back on 95. But I just came across there, and US 40 is pretty well wide open right now. So maybe 95's back open again. I don't know. I'll be getting back on 95 down in Maryland, so I won't see what's going on because I don't go up and go through the toll booth. I'm already down on US 40, so I don't go back up to 95 to go through the Delaware toll booth and pay $9 toll. I just go down to Maryland, another exit, and come up through Maryland and get on 95 there. But anyway, so yes, anybody coming down, either, you know, if you try to use the CB, if you can get anybody to answer you, or if you know, you can look on your one of your electronic devices and see if it's saying that anything's going on. But yeah, I don't know. As I say, Google last time I checked there about 10 minutes ago, Google was still saying 995 closure. So but I don't know what else we got. What else we got in the world going on besides that? Anything spectacular? How do we make out? Did you get a hold of Stephanie at all and come up with anything?
Everything's good to go. Everything's fine.
Okay, so I don't know. I'm just looking right now at Google again. It still says road closed. So they got a whole bunch of red dots and a whole bunch of red circles and that whole section right there, right about where Delaware one breaks off on the southbound 95. Northbound 95 is wide open, but down through from Delaware 1 to Delaware 273 is all closed according to this map, and you can get back on at 896. And as I say, if you do get on at 896, that puts you right on at the toll booth, so you can pay $9 a toll if you want, and then continue on into Maryland. But so
can't help but wonder if maybe, I mean, this is the time of year that you get a lot of overnight road construction, and sometimes they'll actually shut things down to remove a bridge and things like that. Wonder if that might be the case.
And it could be. I mean, I know there isn't any major bridge construction going on that section of 95 right now, but they are still doing some paving and lane moving and stuff like that. So there is a possibility that they are closing stuff up temporarily. So it's like it might be 15 or 20-minute closures. I actually ran into a closure on the road last night here on the Eastern Shore there that they had an accident at, and of course, a quarter mile before the accident, where the accident is, there's a side road you could cut off and actually go around the accident and come back out onto the main road. Do you think any of the troopers would have closed the road back at that intersection and detoured everybody around there? No, they let everybody keep going right down the state highway another quarter mile just to park and wait for the accident to be cleared.
Whoops.
It's like these people have no consideration for people's time, and especially the people that are out here working, such as us, that are on a limited time schedule. I mean, I'm pushed right to the maximum of my 14 hours at this point, and there's just absolutely no consideration. Oh, just sit on the road for half an hour. It don't matter. Just sit here for half an hour. You don't have anything else better to do with your time. And the thing is even if I wasn't pushed to my 14 hours, sitting there for an extra half hour makes me get done a half hour later, which after I take my 10-hour break makes me start another half hour later. And if there was a reason that I needed to start within that half hour earlier to get to somewhere before, that would close or something, because they take an hour to do inventory at a lot of these places. So if it would cause me to, have that half hour that I could get in and get loaded before their inventory, that half hour from the day before I just got caused to sit is going to affect me another hour and a half the next night, because I'm going to have to not only wait that half an hour, then I got to wait an hour for the inventory to be done that I wouldn't have had to if I could have just, and that's the whole point, is it just, nobody has any consideration for anybody else's time and, where it ends up. But anyways, I guess that's kind of what we got going. I was listening to a little bit of what you're saying about the submersible and that, and I did see a report. You asked the question there, and I guess they said they had some sort of, I guess it must be a little porta potty or something, but they said they had a little curtain that they could draw closed, and you could have the privacy to use a facility on there, but I don't think drawing a curtain. Now, when you draw the curtain closed, Your Honor, does that stop smell?
Last I checked, it does not.
Yeah. So I would assume that most everybody probably tried to limit their food intake and stuff before they got on to have that issue of being on the little ship, the little craft there but they said that as far as food goes and that, they pretty much just had one of them Yogi Bear picnic baskets with sandwiches and drinks, and you pretty much sat there with a picnic, and they were showing pictures of the inside for the 5 passengers. They said that they all kind of sit kind of diagonally with each other, and at any point there's only room for one person to be able to stretch their legs out completely. Other than that, everybody else has to be kind of like tucked in a little bit.
Wow.
But there'd be room for one person to be able to actually stretch their legs out, and they pretty much have to stay seated the whole time. There isn't enough room to even get up and move around on the thing. So if they've been down there since what, Saturday? You said this went?
Yeah, they launched Sunday morning, early Sunday morning.
Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Okay, so even still, I mean, can you imagine not being able to even get up and move in 4 days? Or no. People, if they don't have the bends from the pressure, they're going to have the bends just from being stuck in one position for so long. But
yeah, very tough situation. All right, I think Horsefeather's lost his cell there, but all right, coming up on 19 past the hour. Hey, some additional truck parking on the way to southern Nevada. Let's see, this past day, or Decimeon, is it Decimeon Gaming? Announced this is going to be not one of the national TAs or Petros, pilots, Flying J's, more or less a independent truck stop. Development of the El Dorado Truck Stop and Travel Center, Henderson, Nevada. Upon completion, the $25 million project is expected to create over 100 new truck parking spaces. Now, the company currently operates the Railroad Pass Travel Center, a truck stop with over 200 truck parking spaces on the grounds of the Railroad Pass Hotel and Casino in Henderson. They say the new development, which is on the opposite side of the Interstate 11, west of the casino, was fueled by the need for additional capacity at the existing center. Looks like plans will feature a 12,000 square foot travel center that will include showers, food and beverage options, fuel stations, truck wash. Round-the-clock shuttle service will be provided from the new location to the Railroad Pass Hotel and Casino, which features a host of other food and entertainment options. The company said drivers staying at the hotel or playing in the casino can actually earn free fuel and food credits. Okay. Who wants to wager on Doc Holliday maybe just somehow magically finding his way toward Henderson, Nevada? The center is either the first or last truck stop in southern Nevada for drivers headed north or south. Construction is reportedly 75% complete. This new location is expected to open sometime in August of this year, so just a couple months away. There you go. Good times. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, looking at 24 past the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. Look there, there's Coca-Cola Jim, as he calls himself. Hello, Jim.
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing great. What's happening?
Hey, I was in Indianapolis today for my company, and they were working on my truck in the shop, so I went for a walk and went by the YRC terminal, and they've got a big banner on their front of their gate said, "Now hiring."
Really?
And I thought that was interesting after I read your story on your Facebook page this morning. And I'm sure it's been there probably forever, but they're not taking it down or showing any signs so far of anything negative happening.
I mean,
although what you hear from people.
I know that there's a, I don't know the numbers, but quite a few that are kind of, leaving the company right now, and I don't know if they're actually maybe looking to fill some of those slots, even though they're in the position they're in financially.
Yeah. In that video you had on there, they mentioned numbers, and I don't remember the dates, but the one man said we were at 60,000 drivers nationwide, and now we're at 22,000.
Yes, I heard. I caught that.
So I don't know how far back that 60 goes or not.
Mm-hmm.
But that's some serious loss right there. And does that include Holland? Because they own Holland too, correct?
Yeah, I mean, Yellow. I mean, I was trying to remember because you for years it was YRCW, Yellow Roadway, and I can't remember some of the others, but. Yeah, the USF Holland was a part. They've got the New Pen, and then they've got Redaway, I believe, was another.
Okay.
All those under the umbrella of Yellow.
Yeah. That's not good. That's not good at all.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, real quick, too, about that submersible vehicle they've got. I haven't been able to keep up as much as I want. I spent more time in the shop than I care to anymore. But when they're going by their oxygen predictions, was that just what capacity was when they went under that they're going off of? They
Yes.
have no way of tracking any of that. do
I
they?
mean, they said the vessel was equipped with what would be equivalent to 96 hours of oxygen for 5 people. Now, that's...
Okay. Wow. I heard today a program in Des Moines in Iowa, my home state, and they were talking to a man who was a submarine captain, a legitimate submarine, and he was saying part of the concern is with this vessel is getting rid of the CO2. He said they have no way of getting rid of that. He said they could have toxic air in there before they even run out of oxygen.
Well,
That
really?
was a new angle that I'd never heard of.
Okay.
But anyway, it's sad.
It is.
It's a sad situation.
And when they say
for
that,
everybody all the way
oxygen,
around.
when they say oxygen runs out Thursday morning, I don't know if that means, like, is it 2, 3 o'clock this morning? Is it 9 o'clock, 10? I mean, how many hours do they have left? Nobody knows.
And how many hours away is the people there that are able to do anything for them? It's tight, a lot tighter than what it needs to be. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, when I was hoping after last night when you were sharing the news about that they heard the knocking sounds and every 30 minutes and it was going on for hours. I was hoping by the time I came in this evening that we'd have some good news. Surely they would have located it by now, but although they did hear more knocking, they still cannot locate it. All right, and I see some saying that this thing could actually be caught up in some of the wreckage of the Titanic down there, hooked up, snagged or something. All right, let's get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Prosecution in the trial of the former school resource officer in the 2018 Parkland school shooting is resting in the case.
They argued that despite law enforcement experience and active shooter training, Scott Peterson failed to respond in the Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School incident. Instead, they accuse him of taking cover for over 45 minutes during the shooting. 17 people were killed. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Defense attorneys are attempting to paint the entire incident as chaotic. House Republicans have failed to overturn President Biden's veto of the Congressional Review Act. The legislation would have ended Biden's student loan forgiveness plan. It passed in the House and Senate earlier this year before the president vetoed it. Biden's student debt relief plan now faces the Supreme Court. Tropical storm Brett strengthening, taking aim at the Caribbean now. It's forecast to reach the Lesser Antilles on Thursday. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me get back to right on the heels of sharing the video this past day. FreightWaves actually had an update which says a letter obtained by FreightWaves shows Yellow Corporation is seeking to defer health and welfare as well as pension contribution payments for the next couple months, next 2 months. A Friday letter penned by Yellow Chief Financial Officer Dan Oliver is asking for a deferral for plan contributions for the months of July and August. The company said it would repay the delayed contributions with interest once they're able to refinance their outstanding debt. As a consequence of the company's inability to proceed with One Yellow, combined with the challenging business conditions confronting the entire LTL industry, the company's been operating at a loss and rapidly exhausting liquidity, says the letter. Now, a spokesperson from Yellow told FreightWaves that the company's taken other actions to preserve liquidity and that the deferral that they're seeking would not interrupt employee benefits. Our request to Central States should not have any effect on the pension benefits of our union employees. We're asking the pension funds that there be no interruption in payments or coverage for employees. Our beneficiaries should see no impact to the contributions employees receive from the pension fund or the health and welfare fund. Let's see. In an interquarter update issued on June the 9th, They reported tonnage declined 16% year over year in April and May. Over the last 2 years, the carrier's seen the tonnage fall by roughly 1/3, in part due to yield improvement initiatives, but largely due to a broader network overhaul, the One Yellow plan. All right, part of that plan, consolidating the 4 LTL operating companies, closing terminals that they say are redundant. Yeah, they got through phase 1, as we know. Phase 2, though, rejected by the Teamsters, saying these changes would violate the current bargaining agreement. All right, Teamsters officials have said wages, benefits, work rules, concessions have cost their members billions of dollars over the years already. Yellow repaid $66 million of contribution deferral agreement notes earlier this year. That represented deferred contribution and interest payments to multi-employer pension funds dating back more than a decade. Now, just before receiving that controversial $700 million COVID relief loan in the summer of 2020, they received a grace period for contributions to health and welfare and pension funds. That was intended to give them time to catch up on delinquent payments associated with a sharp fall-off in volumes tied to the pandemic and the lockdowns. At the time, the Central States Health Fund, known as Team Care, estimated a 3-month delinquency would total approximately $75 million, with no concrete repayment terms established. The program slid into suspension status, with 8 weeks of layoff coverage being enacted to cover member medical claims. As layoff coverage was set to expire, the company received a relief loan. A first tranche of $300 million was used to repay contractual obligations, which included health insurance and pension commitments, among other items like lease payments for real estate and equipment and interest on debt. That was the scoop from Freight Waves this past day. So, well, hello, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. Yeah, I just got up from a 30-minute nap when I heard you talking about sending that video, and I appreciate you doing that. You know, I've heard from other drivers in our terminal that, you know, that was going on, you know, just mismanagement, you know, bad management, you know, spending just gone, that they've given Yellow everything they could, up to 15% in concessions to Yellow, so they could keep up. And apparently every time when this happens, get closer and closer to the contract, they always squawk and balk, saying we're about to go under. You know, so I'm hearing that from my terminal.
Yep. You know, I mean,
and then hearing that.
So after the guy,
and then hearing that,
you had that pre-scripted, that pre-written script that the guy had to read to them. And of course, they let him get through it, and they said, "Isn't that a bunch of BS? We've heard this all before."
Exactly. So I mean, hearing that from another terminal, and in, you know, wherever they were meeting, just you know, it verifies it that, you know, we've heard this before, yada yada yada, BS. You've never given back the promise of our, you know, what we gave you. We never got back. So, you know, that just verifies everything that I have heard from our terminal, our drivers that are there. But, you know, they've been crying wolf for so long that maybe this time it might actually be true. But they've used it so long that even if it is true, no one's going to believe them. So, you know, what I put... Here it is, boom. If somebody has the money and good management skills, please buy this company. and run it right. So, I don't know. I really don't want to see them go under. I don't want to see them stop. I just want to see better management from upper management, and if they got such dead weight up there that they don't know what they're doing, get rid of them, find somebody who has been in this industry that knows what they're doing. So I've shared that video with a couple of drivers, my co-driver and another one that used to drive for Yellow, and the one that used to drive for Yellow, old porn star, he was like, oh damn, ... So yeah, it's it's a dog eat dog world out there, and we're all wearing milk bone underwear, and I don't know. So anyways, I was at my co-driver's place yesterday getting my riding lawnmower fixed, so my pet snake has a place to stay that's a little more comfortable. Goodness, I tell you what, I sure wish, I am so glad that they've got YouTube videos on how to do things, because we were just absolutely flummoxed on how to, tear this thing apart and then put it back together.
Mm-hmm.
But we finally did, and it's cutting grass real well now, and there's no fake mohawk when I'm going down and cutting grass now. And that really used to tick me off. You go down at a slow speed with the RPMs at high, and then you have this faux mohawk right in the middle of where you just traveled. So we sharpened the blades on it, got all the debris out from the bearings. So we're in high cotton now. That's going to get cut short here next time I get to the house. But, even my co-driver was looking at it, and he was saying, yep, that's what we've been saying all these years. They make these promises, and they don't follow through with it. So, and they really think that they were trying to entice us to sign to sign anything, saying, well, if you go ahead and vote to put this in, we'll go ahead and get you your raises early. Well, but that was contingent upon them getting loans from their creditors. Well, if you already got a C++ status, which means you ain't doing very damn good, why would we agree to something that might not happen? And then likely it won't happen. So I don't know. I really don't know. Got the resume up, uploaded, and just waiting to hear from someone that really wants to work people and pay them, fair wages for their time out here.
You can't help. I can't help but wonder how. What is it that they are doing so much different than all these other? Because there's a bunch of big LTL carriers out there that are doing well. What are they doing different?
Yeah,
something's not right. Obviously.
Right, and it's both union and non-union carriers that are doing so much better. Well, I don't know. I don't know. So, but so I'll get off the subject of Yellow, because I know some people try to raise them up when they hear. I took my nephews fishing, and they've been bugging me. Let's go fishing, Uncle. Let's go fishing. So I went ahead and took them fishing, and there's not a whole lot of lakes out in New Mexico, and the ones that you do have, they're owned by the Indians, with pueblos on them. So it's $18 to get into it. You multiply that by 4, because it was me, my daughter, and my 2 nephews. Yeah, we were out there just getting sunburned and just waiting patiently for something to happen. I finally caught one. It was about a pound, and I just decided, you know what? for $76. I'll just throw this booger back in. So anyways, we all had fun just being out there communing with nature, so to speak.
Right.
And these kids today, they have no concept of patience. You know, they want that fish to bite. You know, it's indicative of some of the people out there today. They want stuff done now, if not yesterday. And they're going to have to learn that, you know what, it takes time for anything to get done, whether it's hooking up with a fish or, you know, jobs or paychecks or, you know, going up the ladder of success, so to speak. In business, it takes time. So anyways, it's a lesson to learn, and they want to go fishing again. And I told them, I says, well, we may have to do this at the end of next month. And I said, and that's contingent upon a few things happening at work, or if I happen to get another job before then. But, yeah, other than that, they said the toilet there in that submersible was nothing more than a small soda water bottle. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but they said the controls are basically I guess a damn joystick or a mouse or something that you'd get off a damn
game
shelf.
controller like Xbox or PlayStation, something along that line. Yeah, it's.
I tell you what, I mean, if I were to see that and someone having an old Atari 5600 joystick, I think I'd ask for my money back and get the hell out of there as fast as I could. So, but I sure hope
maybe the AA battery in the joystick died.
Yeah.
Right?
So,
wouldn't that be?
I don't know. But I mean, 100 years after that boat goes down, if they happen to be caught up in it, then I guess you can add 3 more to the Titanic death toll. That's that or 5 more, whatever. That certainly is a shame. You hope for the best, but you prepare for the worst. So, well, Senor, I'll go ahead and let you go. And thank you again for sending that video. And everyone out there, let's keep the rubber side down and the shiny side up.
There you go. Safe travels, Heat Wave. Have a good morning. And it is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I'm looking at some updates from the Sun. Well, they're giving constant live updates as the search continues. There's some interesting tidbits. U.S. Coast Guard Captain Jamie Frederick said yesterday that so far the searches for the banging noises have yielded negative results. The noises were heard yesterday and Wednesday morning. Experts are analyzing the data, but at the moment, it is inconclusive. Yeah, we need to have hope. What I can tell you is we're searching in the right area. We have to remain optimistic, hopeful, when we're in search and rescue mode. An insider reveals how divers are feeling. He said, if we assume for a second, and I don't know if you'd call it a worst-case scenario, because what I've just described sounds pretty horrible to me. Yeah. If there were a small puncture in the hull, it would take about 2 milliseconds for the submersible to implode. As I've been told, it takes 4 milliseconds for your spinal column to register that something like that has happened. So as horrible it is to lose anybody, that's almost a level of mercy compared to a slow suffering, just rolling around somewhere in the ocean. So you get that, 2 milliseconds. In other words, it would be just an instantaneous thing, so quick that your body, you wouldn't even register that something happened physically. 4 milliseconds. Now, you just hope these individuals can be rescued and that they're okay. But on the flip side, you don't want them suffering through all this for such a long period of time. I'm sure if you ask these individuals, they'd probably suffer a whole lot if it means coming home. But they're definitely not in a pleasant or easy situation. That is for sure. Another insider reveals, he said, they'll be essentially rolling around on the inside of what is basically a minivan and doing that for 4 days or so, not knowing if anybody even knows where you are. I can't imagine what they must be going through. If this thing is stuck somewhere on the ocean floor or entangled somewhere in the wreckage of the Titanic, the conditions would be even more brutal. I mean, that would be just complete hell, he says. I cannot imagine. It is so dark down there. It is cold. The ocean has a certain violence to it, and they're down there with 4 other people with limited rations, limited opportunities to use the bathroom. There's a ticking clock on your oxygen, and there's no way out. I mean, the level of fear and anxiety would be unimaginable. My, that's pretty tough. Hello, 5-7.
Oh, good morning. I guess I just want to comment on something somebody said. Yes, I won't say who it was. He recognized what I said. It's not a personal attack on you. It's it's just an observation. Said they ought to pass a law where you can't go down to doing this. Well, first off, you can't forget about America doing it because it's outside our international waters. It's in open sea.
Yeah.
So I guess it would be, a world government type thing. But, there's a problem. It lies within us. Even as conservatives have a tendency to say, will it stop something bad by passing a law? That's not in man. This reminds me of the 3 astronauts at Cape Kennedy. They bolted them men in, and a spark caused the oxygen to ignite, and they incinerated in it. Now, what if that all of a sudden let's pass a law where you can't do this? Go back. I mean, just think when the guys got on the ship with Columbus, headed out to sea, they had no guarantees. They had all kinds of rumors. They had all kinds of, ideas. I mean, what if you got out hundreds of miles or 1,000 miles out to sea and you ripped the bottom of your ship out on a coral reef? They didn't know what was out there. It was, there was no guarantee that they would make it. The Hunley submarine.
Like we shared last evening, the whole waiver that everyone that's involved in this signs the waiver, and they said the word "ways to die" appeared like 3 times on the first page. I mean, there's inherent risk, but hold that thought. News update time. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The former special counsel who released a report criticizing the FBI's investigation into alleged ties between Russia and the Trump campaign is testifying before Congress.
We charged a former FBI agent who pleaded guilty to the felony offense of altering and fabricating a portion of a document used to obtain a surveillance of a United States citizen.
John Durham told lawmakers Wednesday the FBI acted negligently by opening the investigation. In his final report, Durham recommended no changes to the FBI or the way it operates. Hunter Biden is scheduled to appear in a Delaware courthouse next month to plead guilty to 2 tax misdemeanors as part of a plea agreement. The president's son is also expected to admit to illegally possessing a gun in 2018. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says Congress should stay out of ethics issues relating to the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court, in my view, can't be dictated to by Congress.
His comments come as Democrats on the Senate Judiciary Committee plan to mark up Supreme Court ethics reform bills in early July. Congress will be starting from scratch, figuring out how to regulate rapidly evolving AI technology.
I laid out my ideas about a comprehensive framework Congress can use to supercharge AI innovation in a safe and responsible way.
That's what Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer told reporters Wednesday as he unveiled his possible AI regulation. Search efforts for the missing vessel used to explore the Titanic are intensifying. Retired Navy submarine Captain Brad McDonald says the less than 24 hours of oxygen remaining is not the issue.
It's more like this vessel is flooded and it's full of water, and that's the problem.
Underwater noises were heard, but the Coast Guard said searches have not yielded any results. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The man accused of leaking sensitive Pentagon documents is pleading not guilty to federal charges. Jack Teixeira appeared in a Massachusetts courtroom Wednesday. A week after being indicted, the Massachusetts Air National Guardsman faces 6 counts of willful transmission of national defense info. Democrats in Congress are reintroducing the Equality Act, they say, to protect LGBTQ people from discrimination.
The legislation comes as several states in the past year have passed bills Democrats claim target the LGBTQ community, including Florida's Parental Rights Bill. The Equality Act would expand federal civil rights to stop discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity in areas including employment, housing, education, federal funding, and others. I'm Lisa Taylor.
A new poll is showing an increase of Americans who believe a person's gender should be determined based on their biological sex. The poll was conducted by NPR, PBS NewsHour, and Marist. It says 61% of Americans define gender as the sex listed on a person's original birth certificate. That's up over 10% from last year. A professional soccer player is recovering due to a spider bite. Inter Miami goalkeeper Nick Marsman was bitten by a poisonous spider while visiting a zoo, hospitalized for 3 days. Now he's back home with family. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
A past regional champion doubles them up in Superstock diesel trucks. Two Grand National newcomers who purchased venerable vehicles achieved their very first premier level wins. And fine weather and capacity crowds helped the Rose family celebrate 30 years of the Power Pole Nationals. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The third consecutive weekend of NTPA Grand National Pulling Competition invaded central Minnesota for the Power Pole Nationals in Hutchinson. The two-night event brought 6 divisions to the McLeod County Fairgrounds to close out the third decade of the Rose family's involvement in pulling, beginning with Summerfest on their family farm back in the early 90s. In Modified, last week's promoter Brandon Simon got the Friday win a little ways from home with his Simon Says. Simon strutted out to a 371-foot distance that would not be approached by nearly 30 feet and pushed him to the top of the standings. Then on Saturday, Tommy Owens got his latest GN victory a long way from home. They pretty much all are from eastern New York, aboard Ramblin' Rose, and Son Dillon's all-new Thorn finished second. In Superstock Diesel, Colin Ross astounded the gathering with a pass beyond 379 feet that was 40 feet beyond his rivals. Ross and his triple bypass McCormick were back at it again on Saturday, this time posting a 394-foot distance that was at the outer limits of the Hutchinson track. The sweep ameliorated a frustrating offseason of winter pulling for Ross and the Chaos Fabrication team. The Superstock Diesel 4x4s, by contrast, were twice won by more modest margins by Eric Stacy's Smokin' Ya HD Chevrolet. Stacy, a past champion of the NTPA's Region 2, is off to a great start in his pursuit of a Grand National crown. In Pro Stock, GN rookie Brent Meyer of Red Granite, Wisconsin, stunned the field of 14 to score his first NTPA victory. Meyer's Injected Funds John Deere outlasted past champion Mike Connie on Friday night. Then on Saturday, it was veteran Peter Norton's turn to claim the top prize with his Money on Black Deere, which likewise held off a previous champion, Rob Russell, for the win. And in Modified Mini, Troy Arndt took the reins of his newly named Back in Black, formerly the Cowboy Up of Adam Bauer, from Bauer, and at the conclusion of Session 1 could boast a 1,000 winning percentage. The former diesel superpuller remains in a 3-way tie for the lead with Bauer's Iron Toy and Renee Theobald's new Pretty Wicked mini entry, which won in Session 2. Get caught up on all the happenings this past weekend in Hush, as well as in Paulding and Wauseon, Ohio, and look ahead to a full schedule this weekend at ntpaqull.com. Thursday through Saturday, June 22nd through the 24th, it's the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals at Recreation Park in Tomah, Wisconsin, where 11 Grand National and 3 Regional National divisions will perform twice each over 5 sessions. You can stream some or all of the proceedings at ntpa.tv. Also on tap, it's the Harrison County Fair Pull in Cadiz, Ohio, on Thursday, the Mechanicstown, Ohio Meltdown on Friday, the Bob Gilliland Memorial Pull in Fremont, Michigan on Saturday, and the Rush County Fair Pull in Rushville, Indiana on Monday. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Yes, indeed, and as you just heard, later today, it's underway. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Kyle is obviously in Tomah, Wisconsin for the NTPA Wisconsin Dairyland Super Nationals. There you go. Hot Shot Secret will have quite the presence. Of course, we'll have the vendor booth there. We've got sponsored truck and tractor pullers. They're in Tomah for the big nationals, again, starting later today. Before I get back to finish up with 5-7 there, turn the camera back on, dummy. Oops. Hey, last week, you'll recall, I know he had touched on this. Why did more than 20 Republicans vote with the Democrats to block the censure of Adam Schiff? It turned out to be because there was a $16 million fine involved. So this past day, Wednesday, after reintroducing the censure, it was indeed passed. All those Republicans voting for the censure of Adam Schiff. for comments he made several years ago about investigations into the ties to Russia, rebuking the Democrat, and of course the frequent critic of the former president. Obviously, it was along party lines. Final vote was 213 to 209. Revised resolution says Schiff held positions of power during Trump's presidency and abused this trust by saying there was evidence of collusion between Trump's campaign and Russia. He was one of the most outspoken critics as both the Justice Department and the Republican-led House launched investigations, both of which concluded Russia intervened in the 2016 presidential election, but neither found any evidence of criminal conspiracy. Right, what does this mean? Well, I think there's only been 2 other lawmakers in the last 20 years that have been censured. Republican Representative Paul Gosar of Arizona censured in 21 when he tweeted the animated video that depicted him striking AOC with a sword. I remember that. The former Democrat Representative Charlie Rangel of New York was censured in 2010 for serious financial and campaign misconduct. It doesn't really do anything. It has no practical effect, except it does kind of put a historic footnote that marks a lawmaker's career. But this could also launch an ethics investigation into Schiff's conduct. So, he had to stand there and listen to to it being read. Slap on the wrist. All right, 5-7, welcome back.
Okay, he lied to Congress and lied to the American people. Let's see if you or I lied to Congress, see what would happen. So, okay, off of politics. Horse feathers, man, he sort of kicked in my claustrophobia. Talking about, how I believe it was talking about how they were packed into that thing.
Yes.
And God forbid it's upside down or nose up or anything like that, They might be standing up and that's on that glass. That's it's hard to tell. My comparison would be like when I was in the Navy. I was 139 pounds. I'm 260 now. And as soon as we get to sea, they'd pump out the water out of the bilges in the engine room. They'd send us down. I'd have to get up under the mounts for the pumps down along the keel, and you have to crawl in there. I'm 5'9", pardon me. And I'd climb in there with a hose and a chipping hammer, and I'd be in there chipping away at these shards of rust and just going at it. And going right down by the keel and right down in the bottom of the ship. I'm thinking, if I poked a hole in this thing, I'm going to be dead because the water's going to, there's no way I can get out of under this pump brace, in time. And just thinking that it may be 2 miles down below if I fell through. But, no, it just, the thoughts, just like the Hunley crew, the very first crew that took the submarine, the Hunley, out, it sank. And it was just like that. They were cramped in there, and they were moving a hand crank for a propeller for the power of the ship. Then they took a second crew, and one was even over a 6-foot African-American that was in there, Southern Army man. You couldn't get a sailor to do it because they thought it was immoral to sneak up under a ship, and it sank and it died. And then the third crew made it out, slithered out of Charleston Harbor to sink an American frigate, and then of course that crew went down. But it just must be something in them. I'm not doing it. The thought that they were going to bolt me into that submarine, there would be no way I'd do that. But there's something in the human spirit that does this, that's willing to do this, to take that risk for the thrill or the experience. Our astronauts, there was no guarantee they were going to make it home. And obviously we've seen it just a slight little problem, and they didn't make it home. So I feel like it sort of disrespected them that they took that risk, but obviously we found out that they were given that this is what could happen. So I hate to think we're sitting here and maybe they're dying. Now that Coast Guard man that come on the news said it could be the sub might be full of water. Okay, if it's full of water, here's the only problem I'm having that because we've having the report that every 30 minutes they're hearing banging. Every 30 minutes. That means there's somebody in there with discipline saying, because we're not going to move around, we're not going to use air, but we're going to do what we can to let them know we're alive. Okay, if that's a buckle hanging off a cable off the ship, the Titanic, and they said they have the heavy currents down below, and it's flowing around there. Well, it's not going to just bang every 30 minutes.
Right.
It's not going to have structure. So there's hope, but just think, these guys could be floating on top of the water. They could be floating on top of the water, bouncing around, and because they are bolted in, they still might suffocate to death. So it just, just prayers for them. There's politics. We could talk politics, that Adam Ship thing, whatever, later. But right now, just in prayer for the crew. We're in prayer for Captain Ron, what he's going through. Glad to hear that Bolt is, made it through. Like Chris was saying, it's a family. And, we know life is precious, but it's just the thought of sitting here and thinking maybe, their life is drifting away and there's nothing we can do about it. But I'm glad to see that they are out there and they're doing their job, or trying to at least recover them. Yeah, okay. That's about all I got. I'm broke down. I'm going to be sitting here. Hey, I'm going to be sitting here till 7 o'clock, and then there's an hour after that. That's the problem with a small company, buddy. You're pretty much, if you break down at night, ain't nobody going to come for you. You can't even get them to show up during working hours, let alone 12:30 in the morning.
You're just sitting on the side of the road?
But listen, no, I'm actually hooked up to my trailer here in the sawmill, and the airline blew apart. Can't put it back together. And but listen, I've got it made. I got air conditioning. I got my hot coffee. I got my banana moon pies, and I got the Steve Summers show on Overnight Drive. So,
all right,
what more could a man want?
All right, good luck. It's been a run of good luck with him in trucks in recent days, hasn't it? All right, looking at 19 past the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Hey, got another update. The reopening of I-95 there, Northeast Philadelphia. Revised date. Going to be reopening this weekend. In a tweet, the governor declared that based on the tremendous progress crews made over the weekend, I can now say we will have 95 back open this weekend. Just 3 days after he put the time frame to open at within 2 weeks. Now, that would have put the reopening the weekend of July 1st and 2nd. So, I mean, they're well ahead of schedule. Regardless of when it does reopen, unless Shapiro is widely off on the prediction, that key Northeast East Coast interstate will be operating just weeks after that overpass collapse. But they've been working around the clock to get it done. We've completed each phase safely and ahead of schedule. I mean, going back initially, I mean, the speculation was whether they'd be able to beat the 43 days that it took Georgia to reconstruct an overpass that was damaged by a fire back in 2017. There was skepticism that Georgia could be topped, feared that it might actually take months to get traffic moving on 95 once again, obviously. All right, so it's kind of like, it's obviously a temporary fix where they have just filled in the base with those foamed glass aggregate material. And boy, not wasting any time. So that's some good news for traffic. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, did a quick search there. Wheelchair Dave was mentioned in a launch slated for this morning. And, yeah. We got a, what is it, Delta IV Heavy. Let's see, next rocket launch attempt, Delta IV Heavy, which is, what, 3:25 a.m., and so I'll see if I can pull that up, maybe catch some of the live Delta IV Heavy. Have to find out what they're lifting up there this morning. About 24 past the hour. More and more of these scenarios of fires being caused by lithium-ion batteries. And in this case, 4 fatalities due to such a scenario. A fire at a New York City electric bike shop quickly spread to the upper floor apartments, killing 4 early Tuesday. The latest deadly blaze linked to exploding lithium-ion batteries. The fire shortly after midnight happened at a shop that was cited last summer for safety violations related to the storage and charging of batteries. But a pile of burned bikes, scooters, other debris along the sidewalks outside the shop, which was e-bike repair, which on the ground floor of a 6-story building in Manhattan's Chinatown neighborhood. Get a load of this. So far this year, there have been more than 100 fires and 13 deaths linked to battery explosions in the city. This is just New York. Now, according to the fire commissioner, Kavanaugh, there was a large number of both batteries and electric bikes. This location is known to the fire department. We've written violations here in the past. We've conducted enforcement at this location before. Ultimately, 2 men, 2 women died in Tuesday's fire. 2 other women were hospitalized in critical condition, and a firefighter suffered minor injuries. Now, fire commissioner says it's very clear this fire was caused by lithium-ion batteries, which can overheat while being charged and explode in an intensely hot flare of flame. Of course, the exact cause still under investigation. The chief fire marshal said the shop was inspected last August, and they were later cited for safety violations related to battery charging. The number of batteries at the site and the electrical system, shop was fined $1,600. Authorities recently surveilled the store and found there were many batteries there, but none that were actually being charged at the time. A guy that said he's the owner of the shop told the AP that he made his usual checks of the store before he left Monday night. He denied that any electric bike batteries were being charged at the time. Now, this shop's been here for 6 years. I check before I leave every night. And I checked last night, turned off the power besides the ones for the monitor and the automatic door. Yeah, there are scenarios, though, we know, where some of these lithium-ion batteries will just catch fire in a vehicle that is parked, not even running. I don't know that. Do they necessarily need to be charging? I don't think so. All right, industry headlines. Boy, officials in Mexico sharing some eye-popping photos and video of cartel-modified trucks that have been seized and destroyed recently. Yeah, Sunday, the Mexican Attorney General's office shared images of what they're calling narco tanks that were seized. The warring cartel factions are prevalent. These vehicles are standard heavy-duty pickups and commercial motor vehicles with steel plates welded to create armor to withstand gunfire and explosions. Other modifications include battering rams, openings for shooters to use from inside. They look like something that would come straight out of a Mad Max movie. Mexican military officials say they're hard to maneuver and require transport on another vehicle if they're going to be moving long distances. But yeah, it is something straight out of Mad Max. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you here on a Thursday morning.
USA News Update. Fed Chair Jerome Powell expects more rate hikes as the central bank tackles inflation.
We've raised our policy interest rate by 5 percentage points since early last year and have continued to reduce our securities holdings at a brisk pace.
Speaking before a House Financial Services Committee hearing, Powell said most participants in the Federal Open Market Committee anticipate raising interest rates further by year end. The search for the missing Titanic exploration sub is intensifying. 10 U.S. Coast Guard search vessels will arrive at the scene by Thursday morning. Despite hearing underwater noises, the searches have yielded no results. Hunter Biden will plead guilty next month to 2 tax misdemeanors and illegal possession of a gun. If certain conditions are met, the gun charge may be dismissed. The pleas are scheduled for July 26th in a Delaware courthouse, pending approval by a U.S. district judge. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what do we got here? On down to the Sunshine State. Kind of weird. An infestation of giant African land snails has forced a southern Florida community to lock down. According to the Daily Mail, the snails, which can actually puncture tires and infect people with meningitis, have descended on a 3.5-mile section of Miramar in Broward County, Florida. The Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Service announcing on Tuesday that under the quarantine, it is unlawful to move a giant African land snail or a regulated article, including but not limited to plants, plant parts, plants in soil, soil itself, yard waste, debris, compost, or building materials within, through, or from the quarantined area without a compliance agreement. Apparently, these snails produce up to 1,200 eggs per year and can consume over 500 types of vegetation. This isn't the first time the invasive species has come in contact with the Sunshine State. According to the New York Post, snails, they first arrived in Florida back in the 1960s. when a boy from Miami apparently smuggled 3 of them in from Hawaii and released them in his grandma's garden. It took over 10 years and more than $1 million to eradicate them. Despite those efforts, a recent sighting of over 1,000 snails was reported last year in a community north of Tampa. It's pretty wild. Giant African snails, huh? Are you familiar with those guys?
No, I sure ain't, bud. Never seen those guys. I mean, I've seen big snails down here, but I've never seen giant ones. I've seen big ones on the side of the house, no big deal. But that's a new one on me.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, that submersible, they're putting a lot of time into that, aren't they? Yesterday I heard, I don't know if you know this, do you remember that couple that went up on that Blue Origin rocket about a year ago?
Right.
Okay, they're from Winter Park, Florida down here. That's right out of Orlando. The guy that's down there, he's actually on that sub right now, the guy who owns that company. But anyway, they were going to try to do the tour on the Titanic, and evidently he kind of stiffed them, and they had a lawsuit against him. And also, that's been well known that, I guess, through that community, the submersible community, that his stuff wasn't really in good shape. And I guess that particular vehicle that they're using, that wasn't certified. Did you hear of anything like that?
Yes, that it was not certified. Yeah. But apparently there were a lot of red flags, according to experts, involving this particular vehicle.
Yeah. So I guess the guy kind of, sounds like to me, kind of threw things together to get that stuff going and make some money on people or whatnot. But I don't know. That's just me. But have you ever heard of Mike's weather page, Steve?
I think you've mentioned that to me before. I think I pulled that up last year when you were dealing with the hurricane stuff.
Absolutely. Mike is the guy who, if you want to see anything about hurricanes down here, he's the guy to see. He tracks them. He does everything. He runs the season big time. Well, yesterday we had some pretty good storms run through Florida. And I mean, they were bad. I mean, there were some big storms. And he was actually storm chasing yesterday. And if anybody gets a chance to get on YouTube, you just put in Mike's weather page, storm chasing 6/21, 2023, and you'll see what a storm looks like when it comes on. And he had some footage that was just crazy. I mean, it's if anybody wonders what it looks like when one of these big storms comes in, this is his footage he shot yesterday was unbelievable. I mean, you can see all the shelf clouding, everything. And I don't know why he did this, but he was right on the Gulf of Mexico. And I mean, he was literally feet away from, I mean, you could see the waves building the whole shot. I mean, it was nasty. And he stayed there through a pretty good part of it. I don't think he stayed the whole time, but it was some nasty looking stuff. And also, Steve, in about an hour, we're going to have a rocket go off down here. Did you hear that one?
Yeah, I was going to get around to asking you that. I'm trying to pull it up right now. I guess the live stream, I think it's 3:25. Now you going to be able to witness that. This is one of the big ones, right? The Delta Heavy.
Yeah, this is a Delta Heavy. It's the biggest one that the Delta one ULA makes. I'm not sure what satellite's going up on it. I haven't really kept track of the ULA stuff. I've been mostly keeping track of SpaceX, but this is going to be a big satellite, whatever it is, because if you look at it, there's actually 3 rockets in one with this one, just like the Falcon Heavy, and it's a big piece. So I'm kind of interested in. Also at Vandenberg in California, I think it's supposed to go off pretty close to the same time as this one is. There's going to be another one going off, and that's a SpaceX one taking off on the West Coast. So we'll have 2 rockets taking off almost close to, probably within an hour of each other, on one side of the nation and one other side of the nation. So it's going to be be a lot of stuff going on the next couple of hours with rockets.
I was just able to get it pulled up from Spaceflight Now, and I guess the launch for this morning has been delayed from 3:25 a.m. to 5:18 a.m. now. Apparently they had some weather delaying the roll of the mobile service tower at the launch pad is what it says here. So 5:18 is countdown clocks at 2 hours and 37 minutes.
Yeah. So 5:18, if that puts me where I'm supposed to be at, I'll probably be driving, I'll be getting, basically in trucker language, I'll be pre-tripping a monorail, getting it ready to go to run on the line for the day. So, yeah, I might be out on the line when that happens. We'll see. Hopefully it is. I like seeing them when I'm out driving the train. You get a clear shot, you can see it, especially in the morning around that time. But we've also, if you look across, we got some pretty big blob of showers coming across. So hopefully that doesn't hang down south and go towards the Cape. That stays up north, we'll be in good shape. But that's all I pretty much got today, buddy, and y'all have a good one. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. All right, there. So, yeah, new launch scheduled 5:18 a.m. Yeah, and he's right. There's quite a bit of shower activity there, northern Florida. Yeah, I'll zoom in a little bit here. Yeah, heavy rain from Jacksonville all the way back toward Apalachicola. So hopefully that stays to the north, right? Yeah, okay. It's 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Eagle this fine morning. Hey there, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, how you doing? I'm over here, calling in kind of late. I was wasting my time looking at these videos on this sub. I'm going to make some comments about that. After I say what I got to say about the weather right quick. I'm over here in Georgia right now, Steve. They need to get some of this rain down there to Texas. It's raining in Georgia right now where I'm at. As a matter of fact, it's been raining because I had to deliver a load in South Carolina. It rained all the way across Georgia, all the way into South Carolina today, and it's still raining. So I don't know what the hell's going on with this weather because it's 110 degrees in Texas, and over here, as a matter of fact, I almost had to turn my heater on. I'm over here close to Atlanta, Georgia area, and it's down in the low 60s, almost 50 here in Atlanta. I almost had to turn the damn heat on. So it's some crazy weather. Like I said, I wasn't expecting this rain, over here in Georgia and South Carolina today. It caught me by surprise. Like I said, it's been raining all day long. And I just woke up a few minutes ago, and it's still raining, so we'll see what happens. I know it's not raining in Texas, but I don't know where they're going to send me after I load tomorrow in Atlanta, so we'll see what happens after that. But it's some crazy weather going on right now. I want to say something. Let me get to China first before I get to the submarine. You know something, Steve? I've been telling you this for months now and a long time now about China. But see, apparently some people in the U.S. actually care what China thinks, and I don't. And Joe Biden, he finally did something right, whether it was by mistake or was done on purpose. And who cares if China gets mad? I know I don't, because that's exactly what the leader of China is a dictator. Last time I checked, if you lock people in their houses, you don't allow people to leave their homes. You don't allow people to have internet. You don't allow people to have cell phones. You don't allow people to come and go as they want. That sounds like a dictator to me. So if he gets offended by it, China gets offended by it, hey, too bad, my man. Like I told you a couple of months ago, you don't want to be called a dictator. Stop acting like one. Simple as that. Who cares? China, they don't want to do business with the United States. Guess what? We don't want to do business with you either. That's the reason why they wanted to see Trump out of the White House. And when Trump get back in, he'll officially delete those losers off the bankroll of the United States. So I could care less about China at this point. If they get offended, so what? I'm really pissed off about that because he is a dictator. As simple as that. So who cares if they get mad? Because I know I don't. Now, let's get on with the other situation with this submarine. It's all over for these guys, Steve, in a matter of hours, if they still alive. It's all over, game over at around about 8 o'clock in the morning. They will officially be out of air supply in this sub, or whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
The game over. And, but here's what pissed me off today, Steve, when I was listening to the news conference by this guy. Let me ask you a question, Steve. Last time I checked, there was only one submarine that was lost and under the 10,000, 12,000 feet up under the water. This guy here had the nerve to come on television and say that this banging or beating that these people are doing, he doesn't know where the hell this noise is coming from. But I think I know where it's coming from. It's coming from the sub, you idiot. If you got a guy that's beating a hammer every 30 minutes or so, he's trying to say it could be coming from another source. I don't think so. That's coming from somebody in that sub that's still alive. Whether all 5 of them are alive, I don't know. But one of them is alive. And for him to come on TV and say something so stupid, because like I said before, last time I checked, there's only one sub under the ground, under the water. So it's got to be coming from them. So somebody is still alive. He ought to be embarrassed for him to say something so stupid. Now, as far as this guy goes, the owner of this company, this Ocean Gate, this guy here is crooked, was a very crooked individual, Steve. He dug his own grave. He's on this sub as we speak. He did shoddy craftsmanship in developing this thing. He even said it on his own video. Words came right out of his mouth. He cut corners. He took the short way. He took the cheap way out. He didn't want to spend no money. He going to Camping World and buying parts. He using controllers, game controllers, going over 2 miles up under the ocean. You don't play games when you're doing something like that, Steve. You get the best possible equipment that you can put in this vehicle, so you make sure that your passengers that you got the nerve to charge $250,000 will make it safely back to make it safely back to shore. Apparently, he don't see it that way, but that's the reason why he might possibly lose his life. Because see, I found out a long time ago, Steve, when I was a kid. And now that I'm older, I don't do that no more. Taking shortcuts, taking the easy way out, you end up losing in the long run. When you try to go cheap and you try not to buy what you really need, and you try to go the cheap way out, you end up spending more money in the long run. And that's what this guy had to learn. He had to learn the lesson the hard way. And like I said before, he didn't get the vehicle inspected by the people. His thing was never officially guaranteed good to go to begin with. The thing should have never even been in the ocean to begin with. So all he did was cause 4 people to lose their life, including himself, with his stupidity and his being a cheapskate and trying to take the easy way out. And now he's possibly in the bottom of the ocean, never to be seen or heard from again. And it's really a damn shame. But me personally, Steve, I've heard other people say this. And I agree with what they're saying. The United, whatever country that this Titanic is located in, they should not allow no more subs to go down there. Just like I heard a guy say today, see, this is a graveyard. People lost their lives on this Titanic. You need to let those people rest in peace. This is not an amusement park. This is not a where you go for enjoyment to look at something where people lost their lives in a very deadly sea accident. This thing should be off limits to anybody. Let these people rest in peace. And like I said before, this guy, I'm not going to say he got what he deserved, but when you take the cheap way out, you end up losing in the long run. And I thank you for taking my call this morning.
Yeah, I mean, there's inherent risks in everything. I mean, you're out there driving a truck. Yeah, there are individuals every day, drivers that don't make it back to the home 20. How many people how many bodies are frozen up on Mount Everest? I mean, There's probably more than 100. I'll do a quick search on that. I mean, just the bodies that are frozen in place there. I mean, there's risks every day in life. If you're gonna get out of your bed, there's a risk there, right? Some people willing to take more risk than others, but yeah, they did say the guy, the CEO of this OceanGate, the builder of this submersible. I guess there was a point in time where he once said, "Safety is pure waste." Now, what's that supposed to mean? It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I think we mentioned the guy from CBS News, David Pogue, who actually took a ride on the submersible last year. It was November of last year. And he said after the fact, he said in preparation for the trip, he noticed there was some concerning language on the paperwork that you're required to sign beforehand, which read, "This experimental vessel has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body, could result in physical injury, emotional trauma, or death." During the pre-drive tour of the submersible, he said that it appeared to have some elements of what he called MacGyver jury-riggedness. He pointed out that the OceanGate CEO, that it's made from simple off-the-counter materials. Much of the vessel is. Construction pipes as ballast, as everybody's been talking, the video game controller that's used to pilot the vessel. But he did push back on the assertion that the vehicle was dangerous. There are certain things that you want to have buttoned down. And the pressure vessel was not MacGyver at all, because that's where they worked with Boeing, NASA, and the University of Washington. Everything else could fail. Your thrusters could go, your lights could go, but you're still going to be safe, is the way they put it. Now, while the CEO pushed aside any concerns about potential danger during most of the conversation. Rush also said that the idea of getting to experience such dives without risk, there is no option. There's always going to be a risk. And he said at some point, safety is just pure waste. I mean, if you want to be safe, don't get out of bed. Isn't that what I said? Don't get in your car. Don't do anything. At some point, you're going to take some risk. And it really is kind of a risk-reward question. Yeah, I think I can do this just as safely, he said, by breaking the rules. Now, after explaining the Titan has several fail-safe measures that should theoretically help avoid any major accident, he said he did have some lingering concerns for the expeditions. He said, what I worry about most are things that'll stop me from being able to get to the surface. Overhangs, fish nets, entanglement hazards. And that's just a technique, a piloting technique. It's pretty clear. If it's an overhang, don't go under it. If there's a net, don't go near it. Yeah, so you can avoid those if you just go slow and steady. And again, yeah, some are saying they may actually be tangled up in the wreckage of the Titanic. All right, as the clock continues to tick. Speaking of the clock ticking, countdown clock for 5:18 a.m. Clock is moving, and that is indeed a classified spy satellite. Nobody knows. All right, it is 844-844-3388. And we'll get to the right-wing nut. Looks like Gilligan's on board. And room for you here on a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The search for the missing Titanic exploration sub is intensifying. Coast Guard Captain Jamie Frederick.
The Canadian P3 detected underwater noises in the search area. Although the ROV searches have yielded negative results, they continue.
10 U.S. Coast Guard search assets will arrive at the scene, which is now twice the size of the state of Connecticut, by Thursday morning. It's believed the sub has less than 12 hours of oxygen left. Hunter Biden will enter a guilty plea next month to 2 tax misdemeanors and illegal possession of a gun. If certain conditions are met, the gun charges may be dismissed. The pleas are scheduled for July 26th in a Delaware courthouse pending approval by a U.S. district judge. Jack Teixeira, the man accused of leaking sensitive Pentagon documents, has entered a not guilty plea to federal charges in a Massachusetts courtroom today. He appeared before the court a week after being indicted by a federal grand jury. The Massachusetts Air National Guardsman is facing 6 counts of willful retention and transmission of national defense information. Fed Chair Jerome Powell expects more rate hikes as the central bank tackles inflation.
We've raised our policy interest rate by 5 percentage points since early last year and have continued to reduce our securities holdings at a brisk pace.
Speaking before a House Financial Services Committee hearing, Powell said that most participants in the Federal Open Market Committee anticipate raising interest rates further by year's end. The Federal Trade Commission has filed a lawsuit against Amazon, claiming that the company used manipulative tactics to acquire millions of Amazon Prime subscribers. The lawsuit also accuses Amazon of employing dark patterns. Those are deceptive methods to keep customers subscribed or enrolled in services. Those dark pattern tactics may involve hiding an unsubscribe link in a hard-to-locate area. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A gas explosion in Paris has left a number of people injured and damaged several buildings. At least 16 people were hurt in the blast, with 7 listed in critical condition. The explosion happened in the city's busy Latin Quarter, near the Paris American Academy Design School. A new poll is showing an increase of Americans who believe a person's gender should be determined based on their biological sex. The poll was conducted by NPR, PBS NewsHour, and Marist. It says 61% of Americans define gender as the sex listed on a person's original birth certificate and is the only way to define if someone is a male or female. U.S. News & World Report has ranked the best medical care for your kids.
Only 10 hospitals in the nation earned their way onto this annual honor roll. The top spot goes to Cincinnati Children's Hospital Medical Center. California is the only state with 2 gold stars. Children's Hospital Los Angeles is number 7, and San Diego's Rady Children's Hospital is number 9. U.S. News and RTI International collaborated. They analyzed data from 199 children's hospitals. These hospitals excel at clinical outcomes, meaning maximizing survival, minimizing complications, ratios between staff and patients, and expert opinions. I'm Lucinda Kay.
Joe Exotic prematurely announced his presence on the presidential primary ballot in Colorado. The Colorado Secretary of State's office said they are returning the $500 check Joseph Maldonado submitted since the necessary paperwork for presidential candidacy hasn't been published. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Up at the midnight hour in the West Coast. Welcome aboard. Welcome into a Thursday. Other industry headlines. Oh, what a mess. 2 truck drivers losing their life after a tanker truck exploded during a wreck involving 3 vehicles. This was late Tuesday night in Pickering, Ontario, Canada. The Highway 401. According to CTV News, a tanker truck hauling a highly flammable liquid headed east on 401 when the driver lost control for unknown reasons, veering into the westbound lanes, exploding into a fireball, which spread the flames to an oncoming tractor trailer and another passenger vehicle. There were 2 other westbound vehicles that got tangled up in the mess with that fire and oil. Basically spraying all across the highway and into the vehicles, which is what we believe right now may have triggered these 2 vehicles to catch fire. Both truckers dead at the scene. The occupants of the passenger car were able to escape their vehicle before being overcome by fire and smoke. Multiple small explosions in the area as the flammable liquid continued to spread. All right, so a portion of the 401 was closed throughout much of the day yesterday, throughout the day Wednesday. Well, I guess better late than never, but today, Thursday, is actually the final day of what has been a 3-day commercial vehicle enforcement blitz that's taking place in Kentucky. Designed to curb crashes involving passenger vehicles and commercial vehicles. They're participating in Operation Safe Drive enforcement that started on Tuesday and continues again through the day today to reduce unsafe driving behavior that often leads to crashes involving passenger cars and commercial vehicles. As part of the effort, Kentucky State Police will pay special attention to commercial vehicle safety. A statement from the state police. During this effort, state police commercial vehicle inspectors will open scale facilities, ensuring commercial drivers follow safety regulations, hours of service compliance, commercial license compliance, medical certification, and commercial vehicle credentialing. It's important to our officers everybody travels safely. This is an opportunity for us to ensure drivers follow the rules and offer tips to keep drivers protected. All right, there you go. Some of the other industry headlines. And back to the calls here on a Thursday morning. First full day of summer again, by the way. It is the right-wing nut.
Yes, right wing nut, yeah. Well, I tell you what, I went to the moon in Nuevo Mexico the other day. I think they call that place Looney Tunes or Los Lunas or whatever. Anyways, I went to the Walmart over there, and boy, they had all these decorations, look real pretty. And I look at the sign, and it says, what the hell did the sign say? Well, I can't read anyway, so what the hey. But anyways, I was asking the little lady behind the counter, I said, what's going on? I'm sorry about that. Cigars are getting to me again. And then she says, well, we're celebrating diversity.
Oh.
I said, yeah, what kind of diversity are we talking about? Funds, stocks, money markets. And she said, no, we're celebrating the alphabet community. Why are we celebrating something that 2% of the Americans out there are doing on their own will that the 98% of us don't agree with? I said, being in the military is a choice. It's life or death. I said, we celebrate those people that have given themselves, that have given Uncle Sam a blank check. Carte blanche, I believe, is the French term for it. To take care of the other folks out there so they can have these rights to be idiots. I say we got the first responders out there that have chosen to put their lives on the line. I said, we got clergy. We got people out there that have given up a lot of stuff just to be able to say, hey, God loves you. Why do we need to give these people any credence, any rights? They've already got the rights. So anyway, I don't know. There was an old boy that had a TikTok video saying there was 3 customers, customer A, customer B, and he was customer C. Customer A told him, the clerk, hey, I'm a military veteran. Do you have any discounts for the veterans? And she says, yes, sir, we got 10% off. He says, all right. So he got 10% off his purchase. Said the next person had a shirt on that clearly indicated it was in the alphabet group. And after they rung up their purchases, it asked where their 10% off was. And it was told that we don't give discounts to the community, even though it's your month. We don't do that. And this person raised all sorts of hell. I mean, the military veteran's still there, and I'm right behind them. And so they had a manager come out, and he basically said the same thing. I will give 10% off to the first responders. I will give 10% off to people that were in the military, but I will not give you 10% off because of your choice to be what you think you are trying to be, something other than what you were born as. And apparently customer B got upset. Said, well, I'll never shop here again. And the manager told it, said, well, I'll pass that along to upper management, to someone who cares. And all the customer C could do was just look and stare in amazement that they were actually standing up for the military and first responders. So, you know, for anybody out there that's getting offended, well, I didn't mean to offend you, but it was a good bonus. Well, let's see what else is going on. Yeah, speaking of the alphabet community, there's a kid that's messed up in the head. He identifies as a woman. Well, they were at a private Christian school where this kid sexually assaulted a female in the girls' room. They're teenagers. And the school district, or that private school, has an okay policy to go into the bathroom of your choice. Now, we know how teenage hormones are, and it don't matter if you're a girl, boy, you know, they're going to take over. And apparently this one still had his willy and raped this girl.
Yep.
And then knocked her out. She didn't know what in the hell was going on, but, I mean, she was mentally and emotionally scarred. And she was afraid to report it because she didn't want to become, you know, the victim and then be turned into the bully by the policies of this school. And it took her parents a long time to figure out why the sudden change in her attitude until they found her diary.
Correct.
And, they're going after that kid. And I guess 4 school officials have quit or resigned prior to this lawsuit coming up. And I think that was in Albuquerque, Nuevo Mexico. So I don't know if that made national news or not.
I did see that story this past day. Yeah, the mom found out by, I guess she was kind of flipping through the girl's diary. And had she not done so, and the girl was so mentally messed up, actually in her diary, she wrote, I was raped, blank and kill me. Like, you know, she didn't even want to live. That's the kind of mental impact those kind of things have. Hey, whoever suggested it was a good idea to have biological males in a female's state of undress room? Not good. But we'll return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostромSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, the story of a 76-year-old Vietnam War veteran, George Thomas Keeney, was due to receive his Air Medal from the U.S. Army in November of 1966, but it never came. Well, Monday, 57 years later, Keeney, now bedridden, was finally presented the award in the living room of his new Windsor home, where he's receiving hospice care for heart failure and prostate cancer. This is going to make my day, he said, surrounded by his children, his grandchildren. He said, if I die tomorrow, I'll be happy. Although sick, confined to his bed, he was talkative, animated, overjoyed to receive a medal he never thought he'd get. He actually said, I feel great. I never expected this. When I left over there, the first 6 months, I kept saying, I ain't getting nothing. I did what I was told, and they made these promises, and then they spit on me. Like many Vietnam veterans who returned from the war, did not receive a hero's welcome, treated poorly or scorned by society for fighting in what was an unpopular war. Finally honored for his service on Monday. On hand to pay tribute were Jason Siddock, the executive director of the Carroll County Veterans Independence Project, a nonprofit organization that provides services to veterans. State Senator Justin Reddy, who represented both Carroll and Frederick counties, the Carroll County Commissioner, and representatives from Bridging Life, a nonprofit that provides hospice care. They presented him with a Welcome Home Vietnam Veteran coin while thanking him for his service to the country. The Air Medal is a military decoration of the U.S. Armed Forces established by an executive order signed by President Franklin D. Roosevelt in May of 1942. It's awarded for single acts of heroism or meritorious achievement while participating in aerial flight. They pinned the medal on a smiling Keeney, who said he was just tickled to finally get it. This is long overdue. Pointing out that all Vietnam veterans deserve the medals they were entitled to. I want to thank you for your service. You were drafted and you did your job. Not clear why he never received his Air Medal. Since top military officials signed the certificate authorizing the award in November of 1966. By direction of the President, the Air Medal is presented to Private First Class E3 George E. Keeney, United States Army, for distinguishing himself by meritorious achievement while participating in sustained aerial flight in support of combat ground forces in the Republic of Vietnam during the period July of 1966 to August of 1966, said the certificate. It went on to praise him for more than 25 aerial missions over hostile territory in support of the counterinsurgency. The Gordon, who represents District 3, also presented Keeney with the special coin, saying, thank you is not enough. Thank you from all of us. This is from Carroll County. Thank you, sir. All right. So at least, as he said, made his day, and as he put it, if I were to die tomorrow, I would be happy. Finally being recognized. It is 844-844-3388. Morning, Gilligan.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. I forgot to break this up last night. I got a crow to pick with Scarecrow. I am sick and tired of his making besludging remarks against me. I'm actually thinking on getting a lawyer to file a lawsuit.
Okay.
I heard him talking about me. Friday morning. He was talking about shyster, swindler, and con artist and such. I know he had to be talking about me. Who else would he be calling about? You know, come on now. That's just me. On another note, you notice Heatwave didn't call in first part of the week. You notice that he didn't call in there for a couple of nights.
Right.
Well, as you know, he's the action news reporter at GMA&P Enterprises. Well, I'm gonna drop the dime on him. He asked for some time off as a reporter. This man, actually, I never heard of such a thing. You know, I told you he's in the different sports. I mean, things that's a little off the cuff. He went to Phoenix to pin the tail on the donkey tournament. You ever hear of such a thing?
I only get birthday parties. That's about it.
Yeah, I don't understand him. The man's just out there. I'll say this much for right, though. It sounded like he was puffing on his cigars too much tonight. Come in rather clear. Didn't cough a lot. But Steve, I'm going to touch on a couple things also. You know, they was talking about how that people on the news, they was talking about how a poll said that 61% of people think that people should identify as what's written on their birth certificate. I agree with that 100%. But you really do realize there's states out there that actually there's another box besides male or female.
There's an X.
Well, what if if you identify as that, then how many of them 61% would say, oh, well, you know, they don't know which they are. Well, I mean, I brought this up before. There's about 1 out of every million people that has both. That's the only people I can think of that would be, that should be a question.
Legitimate.
You know, I understand, you know, inner plumbing has something to do with that, but I can see where there'd be a confusion there, and I understand that. But that's the only situation. You know, it's just, I don't get these people. Hey, if you're a guy and you want to wear a dress, go for it, whatever. You know, if you don't want to go in the men's room, well, hell, there's bathrooms out there that, you know, that's gender neutral. You know what I mean? Go use one of them. To me, that's a solution to that. But, you know, people say, well, man shouldn't dress like that in public. Well, my opinion is, well, it's probably going to get some beat for me, but,
yeah.
Well.
And we got to get our news break, so we got to pause there.
USA News Update. Fed Chair Jerome Powell expects more rate hikes as the central bank tackles inflation.
We've raised our policy interest rate by 5 percentage points since early last year and have continued to reduce our securities holdings at a brisk pace.
Speaking before a House Financial Services Committee hearing, Powell said most participants in the Federal Open Market Committee anticipate raising interest rates further by year end. The search for the missing Titanic exploration sub is intensifying. 10 U.S. Coast Guard search vessels will arrive at the scene by Thursday morning. Despite hearing underwater noises, the searches have yielded no results. Hunter Biden will plead guilty next month to 2 tax misdemeanors and illegal possession of a gun. If certain conditions are met, the gun charge may be dismissed. The pleas are scheduled for July 26th in a Delaware courthouse, pending approval by a U.S. district judge. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Gilligan, before you were so rudely interrupted by a news break.
I knew that was coming. Well, you know, I just didn't know when. Not a problem, Steve. I've been talking to you enough news to know how them come up. You got to drop people, you know. The way I look at it, why do they try to force people to accept this kind of stuff? Oh, well, they got to go in the ladies' room. They got to go into the girls' locker room. You know, I don't get that. You know, but hey, if you want to go out, or what the hell you want, as long as you're not being indecent, you know. But be what's the word I'm looking? I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for right off. But anyway, don't go in the ladies' room. There's a bathroom over there that's either or. You know, it's a assistant's room or whatever.
Sure.
Use that.
Right.
I mean, who cares? If we go by what men or women wear, then think about it. What a lot of women wear would be considered men's clothing. So what's the difference? I mean, there was a time in this country that women could be arrested for wearing slacks. You know, what's the difference if we go by that? That's my opinion. I know biblically it's a sin, don't get me wrong, but, you know, you can't force that belief on people that are not Christian either. We've got to remember that. This is a free country, but freedom has to have certain limitations. I understand that. You know, I'm going to touch on something else. Come on. You know, let's deal with the judges and Congress, you know, looking for watching out for improprieties and that sort of thing. This is nothing but a hit job on Clarence Thomas. That's all it is. Because there's questions about some of these dealings with certain people. Well, you know and I know. I agree that the judges should be watched, but the problem is Congress will go after Clarence Thomas and other conservative judges. But why wouldn't they go after Ruth Bader Ginsburg and some of her dealings when she was alive?
Sure.
Never heard anything about doing, or some of the other very liberal judges. You know, it's just God. They've all the time. They've always been going. It's targeted at conservative judges. I firmly believe that. You know. Also, this thing with Yellow. You know, Yellow has been bobbing, about ready to go under almost since I've been driving truck. I mean, it was a few years after I started that they combined with YRC. And it became YRC when they combined with Roadway. I mean, it's crazy. Yellow / YRC / Roadway, whatever. It's crying wolf. Oh, we're going to lose everything. We're going to lose everything. We don't get successions and all this. And I don't understand why Yellow's in such bad shape. Now, I drive for a very small, on the LTL side company. I drive for Avery. Yes, we're not a small company in general, but our LTL side is not that big. For the last 2-3 years, we've been records profits. I mean, our profit sharing, this quarter was not the highest we've had, but the 2 quarters before was record profit sharing. You know, we're turning 8-10% profit. Why is Yellow in such bad shape?
Right.
Bad management. That's what it's got to be. And I got one of the biggest raises I ever received in my life. Actually, I think it is the biggest raise because it was just a little bigger than the previous raise. I mean, we're getting a lot of fruits of the company, you know, from their profits. That's why it's got to be with Yellow. It's got to be bad management. And I know a lot of your listeners that did drive for them, such as Pornstar, Spaceman, and a few others have left because of what's been going on there. I understand that. I believe I'd really consider jumping ship myself if I was over in Yellow. But I understand, you know, he blames kind of stuff in that situation. He wants to get his 5 years in before he leaves. And like where I'm at, he has a limited choices as who he can go to. So, you know, it's a hard decision to make. I've been with Avery for almost 9 years. Actually, I think tomorrow will make 9 years ago. And my previous company, I was there almost 9 years. I'm not one to be jumping from trucking company to trucking company myself. Well, that's about all I got for now, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call.
Very good. Yeah, that's a handful of topics to cover. There you go. All right, let's see. Hello, good morning from the Tanker Yanker. A one-night shout-out to all my fellow Tanker Yankers. All right, hello to Rick there in Columbus. who's pretty darn happy about his Cincinnati Reds. And he kind of agrees, yes, the Atlanta got the Braves coming up next. Guess tonight's an off night. They'll be playing Thursday, right? They will be playing in Cincinnati, apparently. So the Braves coming to Cincinnati. Can they keep that streak going? Russell chimes in this morning after I shared the story of the veteran who's pretty much on his deathbed, right? He said, Steve, why do they always wait for some vets until they're old, or in some cases till they die? As my grandma used to say, it's a shame, it's a disgrace. They served our country, made a great sacrifice to protect our freedoms. As they say, all gave some and some gave all. Hello to Gary. Good morning, Steve, and all the overnight crew. Looking at 64 degrees here in Southwest Ohio. Good to have you on board there, Gary. All right, Dallas, Texas. Let's take you to Dallas. No, we're not talking about the heat or the weather. We're talking about the police department there. As so many departments around the country are struggling to find recruits. The Dallas Police Department will soon mandate that residents report a slew of what they call low priority calls online, rather than calling 911 in hopes that they can free more officers for the serious crimes. Effective on July the 3rd, as police response times continue to climb, they're challenging the department with staffing shortages getting worse, calls for service increasing. Mandatory online reporting aims to reduce the time it takes for police to reach those high priority calls, as well as lessen the officers' workloads, according to the chief. We got to think about our men and women, the stress that they're under, and the constant calls, he says. We've got to make working conditions better, at the same time not sacrifice the service for our community. Now, officers will not physically respond to an address to take a report for certain calls. Minor accidents with no injuries when the vehicles are operable. Motor vehicle burglaries. Credit or debit card abuse. Harassing calls or texts unrelated to family violence. Identity theft. Graffiti, burglary of a coin machine, things like lost property, theft and shoplifting under $2,500. Now, he said residents could still call 911 for medical emergencies, when they witness a crime in progress, or when the suspect is present. The investigative process will remain the same no matter how the crime is reported. The Dallas Police 911 administrator said residents who do not have internet can actually file the report over the phone or use a kiosk at the Dallas Police substations or access computers at the public libraries instead of waiting for hours for an officer. You can typically fill out a report online in 10 or 20 minutes, he said. Now, you have had the ability to report crimes online, but it was a voluntary thing, and pretty much nobody was using it. Said everybody prefers an officer responding to their door. Still, that system did free officers for other calls. Last year, calls reported online and over the phone saved the department, they said, about 51,000 patrol hours, equal to the work of more than 24 officers. All right, that time can be directed to the emergency calls, top priorities, violent crimes that require more officers for a longer period of time. But they actually broke down the response times. Calls are categorized in priority of 1 to 4. 1 is considered an emergency, and 4s are non-critical. On average, they say the response time for a priority 1 call is about 10 minutes. Which is about 6% higher than the same time last year. We get a lot of these other, a priority 2 call, about an hour and a half to get a response. up over 42%. Priority 3 calls, 583 minutes. And about the same for priority. What is that like? Is that like 8-10 hours? Good golly. Been waiting all day. They never showed up, right? All right, 15 before the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. Hey, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing collector cars, generators, lawn, and anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage will keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years. And at the same time, combat corrosion issues in your fuel system. When storing your engine, make sure you store it the right way with Sta-Bil.
Share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, via space flight now, then. Philip was correct when he mentioned earlier there's 2 launches slated this morning. And they have successfully launched from Vandenberg. That's a Starlink, another batch of Starlink satellites. First stage just successfully returned, landing on the pad out there in the ocean. And meanwhile, in Port Canaveral, the Falcon 9 Heavy, that one's that's the Delta IV Heavy. Delta IV Heavy. That's on the launch pad. Countdown clock continues. About an hour and 49 minutes for that launch this morning. Busy in the space world around the country. Morning, Sundance.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yeah, all right. So I made my proposal last night to ask the drivers to call in going to Washington for the Truck Driver Pay Protection Act. And you got 2 responses. One was from a guy, I believe, named Mike, or I forget his name, Scott maybe, saying that we can run 2,500 miles a week. And, okay, here's the thing. Say you go to work Monday morning, you pick up a load, right? Because a lot of people don't ship and pick up on Saturdays and Sundays, right? So let's say you pick up Monday morning and you drive 500 miles. You deliver that load Tuesday morning. That's 500 miles Monday to Tuesday. Tuesday to Wednesday, another 500 miles. Wednesday to Thursday, another 500 miles. Thursday to Friday, another 500. That's only 2,000 miles a week. Okay? Now, if you get another load, you can run over the weekend. Yeah, that's right. 70 hours in an 8-day period. That's our happy hump day days. It's today. So now we're looking at, you can only work 8 3/4 hours a day without ever running out of hours. Okay? So you can't run, I mean, you can, but not over the road. I mean, if you have a local gig, you can do that. I run 3,000 miles a week. I run Monday through Friday. I run 600 miles a day, 5 days a week. But it's a scheduled, straight up, straight back. I'm at home. Good deal. I average $33 an hour. Okay, you guys over the road, it doesn't work that way. You guys are lucky to hit 2,000 miles a week. And if you do work the weekend and you want to take some time off later, so what our proposal is, you get paid for the time that you're out. The whole time you're gone, $20 an hour for every hour. Now, that guy last night also said $60,000 a year for, okay, well, that, if you do his thing, that's about $10 an hour. It breaks down to $10 an hour for every hour you're gone. Okay? You'd be better off going to McDonald's and working if you want to work for that, because I'm a professional truck driver. I identify as a professional truck driver. I want to get paid as a professional truck driver. And I'm not going to do this job for no less than $80,000 to $100,000 a year. And I'm going to be home on the weekend for that money. Now, if I'm going over the road, I want to be making $120,000 a year, which is $20 an hour for every hour I'm gone. Okay, or $40 an hour while I'm working, which is 60 cents a mile, 60 mile an hour. That's 36. We're pretty close in that number of what, $40. But the mileage pay is a scam. It's been put on the American truck driver to where, oh yeah, you can run these many miles. No, you can't. If they believe that, then tell them to pay you by the hour for the mileage rate they say, and you get paid off your logbook. And I bet you won't run the miles that they say you can run, unless they get real good. So, but I'm just trying to get if $20 an hour for every hour you're gone is good enough for y'all, that's what we're going to go with, or not $40 for just the time you work, because some days you don't even get a 500-mile run. You might get a 300-mile run. So, so that's what we're going with. $20 an hour. That's for the whole day. That's $480 a day. That makes you your money. All right. So then Rammer calls in and says, "Oh, that would cause inflation if the truck drivers get paid." Well, just to let Rammer know, the prices of everything has gone up in the last 30, 40 years. Truck driver pay has not gone up. And, so everybody's cheating logbooks back in the day. That's why we got the ELD. So I'm sorry, I can't afford to pay for everybody in America's inflation, but I'm tired of me being the only one that's going to take it out of my pocket and give to the American people. I don't do this for free. I want my $100,000 a year. Now, if y'all want to work for less than that, stay home. Get your job. You'll be better off, and you get to see your family, and you won't have to put up with this stuff and complain about stuff. And that's all I got.
I don't know. I don't know how many years you've been listening, but it's been probably, I don't know. I'm thinking 8 or 10 years ago. I remember wages were being talked about, and there was a guy that called, I think from West Virginia, and I think he said he was making like $36,000 a year, and he thought he was doing great. I mean, he was pleased with. I said, "Are you kidding me?"
Right, and that's the thing. I mean, 36,000 is McDonald's wages.
Yeah,
I'm not going to drive a truck for McDonald's wages. We are a profession. We have to have a CDL. We have to have training. We have to pay to go to school. It's a profession. It's airplane pilots. They get paid good money. You know, they're in charge. I encounter more people on the road every day than an airplane pilot has in his plane. So, but then we complain about the people we have out here. But because, you know, if you pay us what we're supposed to be getting paid for our time away, I'm not saying it's $20 an hour. I don't think that's $5 an hour more than the guy at McDonald's right now, and that's for every hour you're gone. So therefore, it might speed up the process, but that's got to be what it is. I mean, and let's take it this way: if a company charges $3 a mile for freight, right, and you average 60 miles an hour, they're making $180 an hour for every hour. So if they pay you $40, that's not even 25%. But that mileage pay is a scam. It is the biggest scam ever perpetrated in any profession. So, you know, let's stick together on this. I tell you what, even just on your logbooks, just put on, you know, when you go to a dock and you're getting loaded on duty, and you burn that logbook up, and you do it for about a month, I bet you'll see rates go up. I'll see you might lose a little bit, but you'll still be making money. But they can't. There's nothing they can do to justify firing you. So let's stick together. Let's you know, go on duty, stay on duty, and when you get your load off, if you're at the dock 6 hours that day, you only got 8 hours to drive. None of the split sleeper berth and all that stuff, because that's not the way America. That's not the way this profession needs to be done.
Right. Well, we'll see what other drivers think. All right. So it's 844-844-3388. Yay or nay? You know, one thing you mentioned when the company's making whatever they're making in an hour, and they're only giving you $40 of it, but they're paying the truck payment, they're paying for the insurance, they're paying for the maintenance, they're paying for the fuel. Yeah, they're paying for the dock workers to load and unload. They're paying for the dispatchers and all the people behind the scenes, the office workers, the billing. All right. Again, we have another full hour coming your way, so we'll be back after this Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The former special counsel who released a report criticizing the FBI's investigation into alleged ties between Russia and the Trump campaign is testifying before Congress.
We charged a former FBI agent who pleaded guilty to the felony offense of altering and fabricating a portion of a document used to obtain a surveillance of a United States citizen.
John Durham told lawmakers Wednesday the FBI acted negligently by opening the investigation. In his final report, Durham recommended no changes to the FBI or the way it operates. Hunter Biden is scheduled to appear in a Delaware courthouse next month to plead guilty to 2 tax misdemeanors as part of a plea agreement. The president's son is also expected to admit to illegally possessing a gun in 2018. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says Congress should stay out of ethics issues relating to the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court, in my view, can't be dictated to by Congress.
His comments come as Democrats on the Senate Judiciary Committee plan to mark up Supreme Court ethics reform bills in early July. Congress will be starting from scratch, figuring out how to regulate rapidly evolving AI technology.
I laid out my ideas about a comprehensive framework Congress can use to supercharge AI innovation in a safe and responsible way.
That's what Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer told reporters Wednesday as he unveiled his possible AI regulation. Search efforts for the missing vessel used to explore the Titanic are intensifying. Retired Navy submarine Captain Brad McDonald says the less than 24 hours of oxygen remaining is not the issue.
It's more like this vessel is flooded and it's full of water, and that's the problem.
Underwater noises were heard, but the Coast Guard said searches have not yielded any results. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The man accused of leaking sensitive Pentagon documents is pleading not guilty to federal charges. Jack Teixeira appeared in a Massachusetts courtroom Wednesday. A week after being indicted, the Massachusetts Air National Guardsman faces 6 counts of willful transmission of national defense info. Democrats in Congress are reintroducing the Equality Act, they say, to protect LGBTQ people from discrimination.
The legislation comes as several states in the past year have passed bills Democrats claim target the LGBTQ community, including Florida's Parental Rights Bill. The Equality Act would expand federal civil rights to stop discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity in areas including employment, housing, education, federal funding, and others. I'm Lisa Taylor.
A new poll is showing an increase of Americans who believe a person's gender should be determined based on their biological sex. The poll was conducted by NPR, PBS NewsHour, and Marist. It says 61% of Americans define gender as the sex listed on a person's original birth certificate. That's up over 10% from last year. A professional soccer player is recovering due to a spider bite. Inter Miami goalkeeper Nick Marsman was bitten by a poisonous spider while visiting a zoo, hospitalized for 3 days. Now he's back home with family. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, there you go. Get that final hour underway here. So, indeed, pretty active weather pattern as we head into the first full day of summer here in the Northeast. And sticking around on into the upcoming weekend. All right, a lengthy dry pattern in recent weeks across the mid-Atlantic, even parts of the interior New England, has really got things pretty dry, abnormally dry. Even into moderate drought. Many spots from West Virginia, Pennsylvania, western New York have been fairly parched with a lack of rainfall. So there is relief late this week as this feature is going to track on into the Northeast. Yeah, it's a broad area of low pressure over the southern Appalachians, the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley that's going to be drawing in tropical moisture over the next couple days. That means rain. Humidity levels are going to rise gradually across the Northeast on into the weekend with pretty much daily showers and thunderstorms pushing northward. Moisture's going to hang around on into the upcoming week, allowing that wet pattern to stick around for a longer period of time. Just as this begins to exit stage right over the weekend, it's going to be replaced early next week with another area of low pressure dropping in from the Midwest. That's going to instigate more rounds of showers and even some heavy thunderstorms through the middle of next week. So after a gradually dry start to the week, places like Pittsburgh, you're forecast to have some occasional showers moving in. Now this morning, intermittent showers, even a few thunderstorms continue to spread into western Pennsylvania through a portion of the upcoming weekend. Further east, rain will reach New York City early Thursday morning. And there you go. Busy pattern going to be continuing there in the Northeast. As we get our final hour underway. Well, hello, Scarecrow.
Well, Steve, for years I've felt, regarding that last call there, I felt a person should be reimbursed for his time away from home. That person leave, whether it's Sunday night, Monday morning, maybe he's gone 7 days a week, but that driver's married to that truck, Steve. It's not just the time that he's generating income. He hits the sheets, hits the pillow. That's home. He's required to do that. Yes, it does go with the job, but he's still responsible for that truck. He's responsible for that load, and it doesn't matter what numbers, dollar figures we're talking about. No, I think there's a entitlement to compensation for our hours on the job. And it's not just 70 hours a week. That's a 24-hour-a-day job. Anyway, ain't it something how Gilligan would be so offended at a few very colorful, descriptive words that he heard on the airwaves?
You think that might have, did that ring a bell? I mean, is he kind of like pleading guilty to the charges?
Well, I think we're on the same line of thinking here now, Steve. I'm kind of thinking he has maybe realized that we have figured him out. Maybe the game is up Time will tell on that one, but no, he sure seems to be almost trembling there. Oh, by the way, there will be a little bit more tomorrow night. I thought maybe your audience has heard enough of that saga, but now that the evil stepsister is comparing herself to God, I think there's a little more to be said here. Bear with me on that one. Poor heat wave who can't catch a fish. Steve, I sent you a video there a little bit ago, whether you had time to catch it or not. It was actually a spy clip from Funky Gouger and his fishing. You know, we hear about them fish jumping in the boat. Well, they was caught in the act. Well, what you don't see in that picture, I think you probably got hold of from the Fish and Game or whatever. You know, those we've seen how they shock the fish before and scoop them with nets. Well, he's probably backed down that current enough just to give them a little tingle or twinge and kind of excites them. So that's why you'll see them jumping out of the water like that. Now, hey, are you taking notes there, Heat Wave? That and the fact you probably had that wing nut up in the boat there too. I probably didn't help with attracting fish and whatnot. So you got to rethink your strategy there a little bit. Oh, Hunter Biden. The news clip, half hour back, whatever, mentioned about a few demands or requirements he has to meet. Well, Steve, one of those requirements, the poor bastard has to remain clean for 2 years. Can you imagine that? He has to remain drug-free, and they'll wipe out the firearms charges and all this and that. So, yeah. I think it was on ABC News last night. One of the law gurus that, you know, when there's a case in the courts that's highlighted on television, they go to these people and they get their opinion on the matters. And the way he put it, there isn't a citizen out there that would have the rough treatment that Hunter has received in this matter. He was certainly being made an example of. That's ABC's look on things here. So, let's see what else. Oh, the submersible there. And they say too that thing has been plagued with issues on every single dive. That communication sound like that fails every time as soon as they hit the water with that thing. So. Who knows what else? You know, obviously they can't communicate unless you got a direct wire when they're, that deep. But yeah, that's. Who knows? I think we probably know where this is going to go, but I guess nobody wants to say that right now yet.
Yeah, right.
And I was reminded. I was fueling up earlier here, putting some DEF in. The cost of owning a truck. And last week, I walked into our shop up there in La Crosse, and the mechanics, they had, I guess I'd call it the scrubber, the DEF scrubber that, fits in behind the muffler, down line of the muffler, and scrubs the exhaust with the DEF treatment. And boy, they were banging on that thing and ripping it apart. Kind of each piece he took off, he's kind of analyzing and such. Well, the next day I went in and, just nothing but a pile of twisted metal and rust. And they were, to that point, they were going to replace parts. Well, they were up to $8,000, and that was their cost on just the parts for this worn out. Now it's all stainless construction, but in time, all that intense heat and whatnot, it had taken its toll, and he still hadn't figured out what exactly the issue was. Steve, he said a Recon one rebuilt was $16,000, their cost, just for that piece of crap that the EPA mandates that the trucking industry. In fact, agriculture industry, anybody, is mandated to have, and at what cost? So we've talked about this before, how frequently they're failing and such. So yeah, it's a nightmare and a half. So hats off to anybody that owns their own equipment and such in particular. And we've heard about the pitfalls of having to do motor repairs and replacement and such.
Right.
They're just a shit. What do I think about Grump all of a sudden? I don't know. But let me think here. What else? There had doggone had all kinds of information and whatnot here. At the moment, I'm just drawing that blank. So we'll cut it off right there then, and I'll bring up some casualness the next time you hear me.
All right. Hey, look forward to it. Thank you very much. All right. Police called to a Florida intersection for a near altercation between two truck drivers over parking etiquette last week. Basically, last Wednesday in Sarasota, Florida, according to Your Observer News, a truck driver was having his trailer unloaded when another driver pulled up, blew his horn, demanded the first driver move his rig so that the trailer wasn't in the roadway. First driver, I don't know, is this Billy Badass, got a baseball bat and approached the second truck. Second driver responded by a threat by showing, not pointing, his gun to the first driver. Just pretty much like, hey, look here. Told him to back away, which the first driver then indeed backed off, and police were called. When officers arrived, they determined that showing the gun but not pointing it at anyone was a, quote, reasonable response to the potential assailant. He had a baseball bat, right? This guy's being threatening. The driver with the gun did possess a concealed carry permit. Ultimately, officers stayed on the scene until the first driver's truck was unloaded and left the area. So I'm guessing maybe it would have been a different response had he pulled that gun out and pointed it to driver number one, right? Just showed him, hey, looky here. Don't be messing around. Carl, I believe. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Yep. Sundance, I don't agree with a lot of the things that he has to say on here, according to politics. But, I do agree with him about the driver pay issue. The thing about hourly pay has been necessary for ever since truck driving has been going on. The over-the-road drivers, I've done that thing, and right now I'm doing the home every day thing. But I gotta say, I work about 68 hours a week on Monday through Friday alone, and that is to be close to pretty much being illegal.
Mm-hmm.
But I do it anyway. But because I've got a set run, and but hourly pay would be much different than trip pay. It would be getting paid for everything that you do. Basically, hourly pay is awesome. I have had hourly paid jobs before, but for some reason or other, the management comes in and they try to steal money away from the truck driver all the time. But that's an issue, with truck driving, and it always has been. And as far as time and a half over 40, yeah, we need that too, okay? Just like everybody else gets, it's only fair that we be paid. We're doing a job out here, and they want to wonder why they need truck drivers all the time.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to say, I have to say that that's the biggest reason there, because when they go to searching for drivers for the Saturday work, it's hard to find. because, yeah, they've already done their 3,000 miles that week. They don't want to have to drive 3,600 for an extra day. You know what I mean?
So-
They're wore out. Yeah. Yeah.
So
go
are you,
ahead.
are you saying you're doing, you said like 65 to 68 hours per week. Now, are you alluding to when you break down your pay, if you divided the hours up, the pay per hour isn't what you'd get. Now, if you work 40 hours a week, it may be a good payday, right? But you're actually working almost 2 full-time jobs in the same time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's hard. Let me tell you, it is hard. And I'm turning 61 next week. And as soon as I can, I'm going to get out of this industry. I don't know what they're going to do with Social Security, but I'm going to try to get out as soon as I'm 62. I'm going to be finding out the information. I'm going to be checking up on it. I'm going to find out. But I've already made up my mind. I'm probably not going to do this past 64, no matter what they do. So, yeah, this industry needs some help. It's collapsing. It's actually collapsing, and it will collapse under Joe Biden if he gets another 4 years. Yeah, this industry will be collapsed totally by then. We need a rescue, just like everybody else does in this country, from Joe Biden. And as far as Sundance goes, man, you need to get some better ideas about your politics, man, because you're right on about your driver pay. Let me say that, okay? But you need some help on your politics, you know. And as far as this little submersible thing goes, I wouldn't have paid $250,000 had I been a billionaire to get on something like that. I mean, it's strange how these people would want to go into total darkness to see the Titanic. I mean, how are you going to see the Titanic if you're in total darkness?
Well, they've got light. They've got
understand.
lights. There's lights on the vessel. I guess initially the lights. I'm sure the lights are out now, but I mean, you can only see about 20 feet ahead of you when the lights are on down there.
Yeah, and so they wouldn't have been able to see a whole lot anyway. And the risk goes for this. I mean, what about the risk involved in this? And with a joystick, would I trust that? No way, man. And that's being outside the vessel. Man, I tell you, they went down deep, Steve. I mean, they went down really deep.
Yes.
And this thing is just, I'd say, this is my opinion, I believe the glass has been compromised, and it is filled up with water, just like they've said, and it probably has already killed them. And I don't understand where the noises are coming from, and how are they hearing the noises is what I'm not getting at, because they're not down there to hear the noises. They're hearing them from an airplane up in the air. I just don't understand that.
Yeah,
you know?
they've dropped. They look like torpedoes. They've dropped what they call sonobuoys, sonobuoys that are under the water surface and transmitting what's the sounds from underwater to the plane overhead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I get that. I understand now on that. But every half hour, it's possible, I guess, but I don't know. I just have a hard time believing that there's life in that little submersible right now.
Yeah,
I really do. I hope they find it, but it's just kind of iffy on I just don't believe they're going to find it. These people shouldn't have done this. I mean, it's just strange. But anyway, I'll go ahead and let you go, and you all have a nice day, everybody. And Sundance, man, come on, man. Just work on your politics and you're going to be okay, okay?
Okay. Maybe we should just stick to talking about trucking with Sundance, right?
Yeah, I get it, man. He's right on about the hourly pay, okay?
Okay.
He's right on.
Thank you very much, Carl. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Have a good morning. Let's see. Is that Bass Ackwards with us this morning?
Good morning, Steve. Hope I can keep a signal up here on Flagstaff. Doing good this morning?
Yes, sir. How about you?
Better than I deserve, as Dave Ramsey would say. Well, you got no problem staying awake, avoiding these holes up here on Flagstaff. I mean, I tell you what, you would think the NHSTA would close this damn thing down. This is totally unacceptable how these roads are up here. Going out of Kingman, I guarantee a lot of drivers know about it. They travel this section. Out of Kingman up to Flagstaff, these holes are unfreaking real. You'd think they'd close this down. I'm not kidding you, Steve. It is real bad. It's about 3 weeks ago, I seen an older couple coming up here. They hit the shoulder. They actually hit a hole and busted their tire. But they haven't done nothing to these roads in the last 4 or 5 years I know of.
Mm-hmm.
And it just gets worse. But I'm going to blame it on the Democrats since they took over this damn state. This state used to have pretty damn good roads, but not no more. But anyway, I was going to say something about that. That guy reminded me about that vessel in the water. You know what, Steve? I don't give a damn how much money a person would pay. If I had all that damn money, I am not going to be a sardine in a can down in the water at 500 pounds of pressure per square inch. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm a little claustrophobic anyway. I am not going to be. Well, just think about it. It's 12,000 feet. It's 2.4. And a mile, I believe, is 5,280 feet, if I'm correct. That is 12,000. So that's 2.4 miles down in the water. Now think about it. A big jetliner, say a 747, Steve, if you look up in the air, they're 5,000 feet, about 5,000 and a half. Am I right? That's about what they fly. You can barely see that damn thing if you're standing on the ground. You might see the exhaust that comes out. Now think about it. That's not even halfway on the depth of that water. You know what I'm saying? If you barely see that plane up in the sky, and that's 5,500 feet, just think the double depth of that in the water, how deep they are. I would not want to be down there, and I don't know if they'll ever find this thing. Hell, it took them a long time to find the Titanic as big as it is.
Yeah.
And think about this little 22-foot vessel floating around. Even if it was on top of the damn water, I heard one span was 600 miles, another span from another area, from some island I can't remember out there, 400 miles. I mean, if planes got together and flew
they've been
side by side, miles apart, they couldn't find this day.
They've been flying crisscross patterns for days out there. I mean, canvassing back, forth. But hey, we got to pause for a news break.
USA News Update. Fed Chair Jerome Powell expects more rate hikes as the central bank tackles inflation.
We've raised our policy interest rate by 5 percentage points since early last year and have continued to reduce our securities holdings at a brisk pace.
Speaking before a House Financial Services Committee hearing, Powell said most participants in the Federal Open Market Committee anticipate raising interest rates further by year end. The search for the missing Titanic exploration sub is intensifying. 10 U.S. Coast Guard search vessels will arrive at the scene by Thursday morning. Despite hearing underwater noises, the searches have yielded no results. Hunter Biden will plead guilty next month to 2 tax misdemeanors and illegal possession of a gun. If certain conditions are met, the gun charge may be dismissed. The pleas are scheduled for July 26th in a Delaware courthouse, pending approval by a U.S. district judge. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make.
you could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here where we leave off. Yeah, Bass Ackwards will get back at you. Hang on a sec. I think he was a little off when he's talking about the airlines. Yeah, major airlines. They've cruising altitudes more like 30, 35,000 feet, I think. Somewhere in that range. Now, this underwater, they're at a depth of about, 12,500 feet. And some of the latest updates here within the last minutes. A U.S. Navy, what they call a Curve 21 undersea robot is seen as the best chance of saving if they're alive, the crew there. It can salvage wreckage and craft up to 20,000 feet down. And just last year, it pulled off a world record recovery of a Seahawk helicopter at a depth of 19,075 feet off Japan. So the sonar teams hope they can detect the sub in the icy depths in time for this vessel to pull off a rescue. The unprecedented feat would involve the tethered deep-sea robot attaching the cable to the Titan. Of course, in pitch darkness near the ocean floor, it would then need to pull the Ocean Gate Expedition Company's 10-ton craft aboard a U.S. Navy ship at breakneck speed. Even if the sub reaches the surface in time, crews would still have to unbolt the Titan's sealed titanium hull to free the five. Now, according to the Royal Navy, Rear Admiral Chris Perry, if anything can bring them up, it's this particular kit. And I guess that particular vessel is supposed to be there it's supposed to get there this past evening. So I don't know if they're in the process of diving right now, but they haven't spotted the actual vessel yet. So I don't know. Would they even be beginning to try to submerge or try to take it down and look? They've got the sonar device. One of the ships that can help is the El Adelante that's carrying that robot, the Victor 6000. Operated by a 25-strong crew, it has arms that can be operated to cut cables or perform other maneuvers to release a stuck vessel. Now, while it could not itself lift the Titan to the surface, it could hook up kind of like a winch. It goes down with the cable attached to the surface ship and takes that cable at 12,500 feet down. It's a long cable, right? Either way, I mean, with the hopes of there being still alive even at this point in time, because oxygen's supposed to be running out any time now. That's probably undoubtedly the way they're dead or alive. That's what they're going to use to bring the vessel back to the surface. Well, all right. Welcome back, Bass Ackwards.
Well, up here on Flag, you don't keep a signal too long.
Right.
Anyway, thanks for getting me back. Yeah, that's a little, okay, that's 3,500. Okay.
35,000, not
35,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking it's between 45 and 55, but that's still up there, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
That enforces my argument a little bit more. That thing, if you're 35,000 feet and you can barely see that thing, think about when that thing's down 12,000 feet. I did read something about that. The Navy had that thing that dived 20,000 feet. And, of course, there's nobody in that thing, like you said. That's controlled by a robot.
Correct.
I think.
Remote control.
And and if that thing lost power, that little sub, and which I've been reading too, they've been having some safety issues, and they've been cutting corners on that thing. So that might have got them in trouble. I'm like Scarecrow. I'm thinking about that little window on the front. If that thing got too far deep, maybe it overcome those seals. I don't know. But the one guy on there, if I read it correctly, is what happened here? Brake system. What the hell? All kinds of gadgets on these vehicles, Stevie. Something's always happening to these crazy things. Cruise control goes out. The heat's going out back there. The air's going out back there. This damn truck is going crazy. But anyway, I'm getting back to the subject. Hang on here. Where was I? What was I talking about? The one guy on there, Steve, took a flight with Elon Musk. So he's got a hell of a bucket list, and he's got a pocket full of money. He's wanting to do all kinds of things, I guess, before he leaves this world. But I can't remember his name, but he took one of those flights with Elon Musk, and that costs us a lot of money. I think it's $250,000 each to do this little sardine can.
Yep.
And that's something I wouldn't do. Anyway, get back to the the hours of service. If they're not going to, we get paid by the hour out here. If they're not going to pay us by the hour, at least they can put you on the clock when you're sitting at a dock. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When you're sitting at a dock, because when I used to do refrigerated, my boss would say, make sure your box is cold so they ain't got nothing to bitch about. The product's warm. When you get it to the destination, you can show them that the box was cold. Go back there and probe the product. I said, well, that's if they let you up on the damn dock. Sometimes they won't let you up on the dock. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I said, if they do, okay, I'll do that. But now think about it this way. You're not driving. You're back there babysitting. So you're standing back there. You're not making nothing. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times on those jobs, I don't do that anymore. A lot of times on that job, a couple of those jobs I had, you're bumping that 14-hour clock. And sometimes you're bumping that 80-hour clock. Well, how can that be possible? Okay, you're only getting paid what you're driving. You're getting, say, if you drove 11 hours, chances are you're not going to drive 11 hours up to the damn second. So say 10.5 hours, 10:45. That's what you're getting paid for that day. So these people that's sitting in an office or in a factory, if they're not getting paid for what they're doing, they're not sitting there. They're sitting at home. I'm sitting in this truck because I got to babysit it. Okay, if they're not going to pay by the hour, they're just going to pay by the mile. They should go on the clock at least when they're sitting back there babysitting a load. You know what I'm saying? That shouldn't be free. Because if you're bumping that clock, that 14-hour clock, and you're 70 hours a week, you know what? Something's wrong if you're just getting paid when you're driving. Now move on to the Hunter Biden thing. Someone said, the Scarecrow said they're setting an example for him. You damn right they're setting an example for him because they're proving that he can get away with it. He ain't getting no special deals. So, I forgot to mention, don't you think some of us out here should get hazardous pay? Hell, my wife's in this truck, Steve. I should get hazardous pay.
Right? Double pay when she's behind the wheel. I hear you.
Yeah.
You better hope she's asleep.
You damn right she's asleep. I wouldn't have said that.
That's right. You go. You had to knock up.
Another thing, talking about the fires out there, and the fires, they've been having fires out there in California. I guess in Canada. Canada's got the same situation we got. We got these liberals down here. These environmentalists will not let us clean up the tinder boxes. You come across here on Flagstaff, Steve, they have control burns. I don't know if you hear about it all the time, but they do. They do. And when it was a conservative state, that they put that in place before the Democrats took over. But anyway, I used to get out and run every day, 30 minutes every day. And this is one of my spots. Until I found out a cougar chased down and jumped on a boy up here, and I almost got attacked by 6 elk. I'm like, okay, I'm done running up here, because when you're out in the damn wilderness up here in Flagstaff, you're out there by yourself. Anything can happen. So I quit. I quit that. But anyway, they keep it cleaned up. It's like if you're going to throw down a tent and go camping, it's pretty clean around. They got acres by the acres, and you would think how the hell they get that done. But you know what? They're doing a pretty good job. They do these control burns. They keep this cleaned up, and you don't have those issues with forest fires all the time up here in Flagstaff, Arizona. You do get one occasionally, but not like you would out there in California. So because they clean up the dead crap that's laying on the ground, but the environmentalists out there in California will not let you touch that stuff. And that's the reason they're in the predicament they're in. I had something else, but damn, I done forgot it, Steve. So I'm just going to get off here and let you guys get at it.
All right. Well,
Have a good one.
we've covered a lot, so thank you very much. Hello to Truck and Phil. Happy Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looking at 76 today in Fort Wayne, 75 Sterling Heights, as we get ready to do our regular flip and burn. Yeah, absolutely correct. Took many years to get up to the pay scale to be paid properly, and half the industry is not. That's the sad part. Now, Gilligan talking about the museum at Auburn, Indiana. My sister's wedding's actually being held in the museum. Can I take another 4-day weekend after that? Life is short. All right, have a great day, and be safe out there, everybody. Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. All right, how about that? All right, Rob joins us here. Morning, Rob.
Hey, Steve. Good morning. Sorry, I keep falling off on you. Jeez. Hey, I just kind of wanted to say thanks to Sundance for finally talking about something that, we can actually talk about. It's kind of nice for a change.
There you go.
But this driver pay thing, man, I don't want the pay cut he's talking about. He wants to drop me down to $20 an hour. I'm good. Leave me alone. It's kind of funny.
But he's saying,
was set up for
he's saying like $20 an hour for all the hours that you're out there, though.
Yeah, it'd still be a pay cut for me, Steve.
Really?
Still be a pay cut. Yep. Yeah. Your dad always said one thing that always stuck with me, and it was if drivers would literally just run 100% legal for 1 week, just 100% legal, it would change the opinion of everybody about truck drivers. The world would come to a screeching halt. And I truly believe that. There are so many people out here that,
Yeah, Rob did. He said he kept dropping off on us. I think he dropped off again. He just disappeared like flipping a light switch, didn't he? All right, get a quick time out here, and we'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and
Ready
not a
to connect.
hindrance,
Click connect to
allowing
show
you
now.
get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect
The
fit.
Collins Studio
It's
web
designed to
interface.
work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, based on that, I don't think Rob lost his signal. I think we lost our end because everybody kind of disappeared. Knucklebuster, are you there?
Yes, sir, absolutely there. I didn't know what happened there. Well, when I called back in, I accidentally hit the number 1, and it said you have raised your hand. So I don't know what that was all about. Anyway, no touch freight. I'm in a sleeper berth while they're loading. I've been driving 37 years, 21 with this company. I don't make pickups on Monday morning to deliver Tuesday. I drop on the yard Friday night or early Saturday morning. City man delivers it, and they got a load sitting here on the yard waiting for me to go leave Monday morning to go make a delivery in Texas. Then I go make a pickup back on Monday to deliver back in Memphis on Tuesday, and then go home and then do it all over again. They say I've got a gravy train job there because my brother's over customer service, and but I don't think so. I told a customer one time she couldn't count freight right, and I told her, I said, what do you have to do? Take your bra off to count to 22? I got my ass chewed out the next day for that little statement there, right?
Right.
That driver said he had the wife in the truck. When the dispatch tells him to put that bitch in the wind, what does he do? Make a ride out there on the running board hanging on to the mirror?
Look out.
Well, I got a cousin that lives in Phoenix. She landed in Dallas yesterday morning, and the first thing out of her mouth was, damn, the humidity in this place there. And I read on the drive, there's a GT3 driver that wins a race in 14th place after every single car ahead of him got penalized points for doing something wrong in the race there, right?
Really? Breaking some kind of rule?
Yeah, but they got a bunch of rules there. I read something about Hunter Biden on New York Times there. They called him I forgot what they called him. I'll look it up here and tell you tomorrow. This Polish bus to hell Poland no longer called Route 666. Steve, you'll never guess what it's called now.
Highway to Hell?
No, Route 669. I don't know how they come up with that one there, but we all know what 69 is, right? I know what 68 is. I do her, and she owes me one, right?
There you go.
Yeah. Well, there was a sign on this driver's side window today, Steve, where I was picking up that says, beware of the dog. I don't know if he was referring to a real dog or the one that was sitting in his passenger seat. And I used to get up every day, look out at my left mirror and cry because I was so ugly until I saw Lyle Lovett one time. I don't cry no more, Steve. And you know what them St. Louis Cardinals are singing?
Cry Me a River?
Help, I need somebody help. You know, we've been talking about them Beatles. I've been on a Beatles kick lately. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll shut my big mouth up and let somebody else squeeze in there before we all have to go home and get that cold glass of iced tea or whatever cold drink you want to. Have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers.
Thank you, Knucklebuster. Appreciate you dialing. It's back up there. Yes, Mr. Horse Brothers.
Is that what it came up with?
Horse
All
Brothers.
Right. So of course, 77 is better than 69, and you know why that, right? You get eight more.
Okay.
There you go. Anyway, so this pay deal, I'm with I missed his name there. You trying to give me a pay cut, Your Honor? Well, what's the deal? Yeah, I thought I was making a good living here. Now you want me to work for less money? I actually work out here for percentage, and I get a percentage of whatever the truck makes. And you work for a good company, the truck makes money, then you make money. If you work for a company that don't make money, then the truck don't make money, then you don't make money. But you kind of got to make your own decision on your deal there, what you're doing. But yeah, I don't want any regulations on pay because sometimes I get to even double dip on my pay because my loads pay out and back. So my rate is based on from where I start to going out and then coming back. But if I get a chance to pick one up in the middle on the way back, that pays out and back as well. So not only do I get the one load pay, then I get the other load pay. And
there's some days, normally I do 2 loads, and then there's some days I get to kick that third one in the middle there, and that makes for a pretty decent paycheck for the day. So, but I'm out here pushing my 70 hours every week, whether it's in 5 days or 6 days. I usually get to get up anywhere over 65 at a minimum, and push on the 70 mark almost every week. So it's not like I'm not out here earning my money, but anyways, and I was gonna say there, I think the flight seal in there that the commercial airlines use there is I think you're right there at 30,000 to 35,000 feet.
Yep.
Then of course don't forget the military has what they call their playground, and I'm sure Scarecrow can allude to that they have their playground above that, anywhere from 40,000 to I forget the top altitude they fly at. Sometimes they go way up there, but anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you here this morning. So looks like we got sprinkly rain, going to be drizzly, dreary off and on all day by what we saw with the radar last night on the TV there. So maybe we get through today and then something will start to push out, but I don't know. What's that tropical storm doing? Is that going to come our way, or is there like 75 spaghetti models that hasn't decided which way it's going yet?
That's way down south. Yeah, that's going to be. It's going to move like south of Hispaniola, south of Cuba, and I guess the concern is, will it maybe turn north and head toward the Gulf of Mexico?
Yeah, then we'll find out what we get. We get something. All right, Your Honor. I guess with that, we'll let you go, and I don't know if you can squeeze one more in there or not. And if not, everybody just remember your overnight drive thing there for 10% off on the Hot Shot Secret, as well as your CDL and veterans and first responders.
Get another 10%. Off, right? That's right. Yep, 20%.
All right.
HotShotSecret.com. There you go. Thank you much, Horse Feathers. All right. Yeah, Senior Heatwave, I got your email. I apologize. I'd be more than I don't have Bass Ackwards like email or a phone number that I could text him your number. I could have wrote it down if I knew, but I guess Bass Ackwards Heatwave said he's heading west on 40, just east of Flagstaff. So I guess maybe he was going to see if they could run into you there. All right, don't forget, it all kicks off today. The NTPA Wisconsin Dairyland Super Nationals, Tomah, Wisconsin. If you're going to be there, stop by, say hello to Kyle, and pick you up some Hot Shot Secret products, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above, but nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.